Good evening, calling this meeting to order. Roll call, council member from Ward 1.
Present. Present.
Thank you, Councilmember Wade. Thank you, council member from Ward 2.
Present.
Council member from Ward 3.
Present.
Council member from Ward 4.
Present.
Council member from Ward 6. Present. And if Councilmember Garces joins us, please let me know what time. We will now state the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have a packed agenda, folks, so I will ask that we actually adhere to the rules of the meeting. The rules that this body has governed is that we have a pass at the table with all council members and mayor providing their input, and that we will then have resident input. That input is limited to 3 minutes, and it's one pass around the room, and then it'll come back to the table. So please keep that in mind when you provide your input. You to state your name, your ward, and keep your comments to 3 minutes. Our folks that are helping us with the meetings will cut you off, and I don't want anybody to feel like they're being cut off, but they will do that, particularly because we have so many agenda items. Now, is there anyone from council that wants to change the present agenda? We have lots of guests, but we have mostly guests that are in person. There was a suggestion to move PEPCO up to number 6, and that would then move WSSC down to number 7 because they are online, and that just allows everybody in person to leave earlier. We can keep it the same, but I can't change the agenda. You all have to.
Is there anybody with is WSNC here? Yeah.
Councilman Watson.
Okay, I'll motion to change the agenda, thusly moving PEPCO to 6 and WSSC Task Order 201 to 7.
Thank you, Councilman Watson. Is there a second?
Second.
Been motioned and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Councilman Wade. All the ayes have it. With that, we have the Clean Water Partnership here with us. And we're getting an update on our project.
Okay, so just a point of clarification, just
Well, I think we were expecting it.
Okay.
Is everybody expecting the update from Clean Water Partnership?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's about 10 minutes. Yeah,
Not here in person?
they're not.
They're not here in person. So Clean Water Partnership will be providing a 10 to 15 minute update followed by a question and answer session. So we'll turn the floor over to them.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Town Council. Ms. Sonia Williams is here representing Clean Water Partnership, so I'd like to introduce her to you all. Good evening, Sonia.
Good evening, Ms. Williams.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Mayor, Council, and the staff of the town of Cheverly. I'm happy to be here today to share with you an update on the projects that we have going on now in the town and future projects that we will have going on in the town. Again, my name is Sonia Williams. I'm the program manager at the Clean Water Partnership. And we have a presentation to share. I don't know if you're going to share it on the screen. If not, I think you all have a copy. How would you like to proceed?
Do you have access to show?
Oh, there.
There we go. Great. So I am here today joined with my colleagues and partners of the Clean Water Partnership. I'm joined by Laura Connolly of LID Center, Christina Bigby with the Aceto company. They are our community outreach people, and you have probably experienced some time with them as they have been very involved with our stream project. We have a quick agenda, and hopefully I won't take 10 minutes, but I am definitely here to answer questions with my team. And I believe we're also joined by Olivia from Aceto as well. So, and we will be sharing the presentation this evening. So, where we'll be reminding you all of who the Clean Water Partnership is. We'll talk about our stream restoration project. We will also discuss the invasive species removal project, the flood risk reduction project that is up and coming, and we'll talk about future community engagement. Next slide. So first, I want to share with you just a small presentation from Jim Lyons of the Department of the Environment. He will give you the history of how the blueprint came, the Clean Water Partnership came about. Can you skip up to 2 minutes, please? Oh, it's right there. There we go. Jim Lyons. Are we able to hear it?
No, we can't hear.
Well, we can skip to the next slide. This is in there in the lower.
Unmute.
Right.
Maybe you couldn't hear because I was muted, but we'll try again.
Okay, great. Thank you. We're still not able to hear. But in the lower right-hand corner, you'll see a tiny URL and you can listen for yourself. And it speaks about how the Clean Water Partnership came about. Just to remind you all of how this partnership between the county and CIS came about to serve the community of Prince George's County to help with the consent decree that was placed on the county. We have completed a number of projects throughout the county, well over 300 projects that help clean the water in Prince George's County, and the importance of doing it in a quick basis so that the county could relieve itself of the consent decree that the EPA placed on the county. The Clean Water Partnership, as I mentioned, is a partnership with the county and CIS. Together, we are the Clean Water Partnership. The county is the public side, and the CIS is the private side. But we are a community-based public-private partnership, and our goal is to make not only the environmental impact on the community, but also a community impact as well. Next slide. We are very serious about our values. With all of our partners, contractors, engineers, homeowners, communities, we are always respectful, and we hold everyone accountable for what they're responsible for. We empower every partner to provide their subject matter expertise to the project, and we do not belittle anyone. We are inclusive with not only small-based businesses, veteran-owned businesses, but also community and the residents that we impact. We try to be transparent and very communicative and share all of what is going, keeping everyone informed as to what's going on, and we try to be responsive. Next slide. As I mentioned, in order for us to do the work that we do, we have a team. We've put together a very dynamic team. I am Sonia Williams, and I'm responsible for programs and maintenance. My counterpart, Joey Monheit, which I believe you all are very familiar with, he is the production manager. He's the one responsible for design and construction. Christina Bigby, our community outreach partner from Aceto. We have LIDC as a part of this project. They've been very involved with the town, but they work with us in doing a lot of work, including grants and signage. They also do community engagement projects as well. From LIDC, we have Laura Connolly. She is our invasive removal specialist on this project. Nicole Clifton, she will be really involved in our next project, which is the flood risk reduction project, along with Charlie Griffin from LIDC. He will be managing the technical side of that project. And today we will have, I will be presenting, Christina Bigby and Laura Connolly will be presenting this evening. Next slide. In order to accomplish what we do, we have an integrated system that includes an ecosystem of subject matter experts that help us from not only finding projects that could help flood risk reduction, but also clean water quality. And we have the outreach people, as I mentioned, but also communicating and making sure that we're in compliance with the regulations, the environmental regulations. We have engineers and consultants that know the system and understand Prince George's County and how to do the things that they do in order for us to reach our goals very quickly. Our processes include planning, scheduling, construction. We're basically a one-stop shop for all that we do. But our most important part in this work that we do and helping our small businesses build capacity. Next slide. We have completed over $304 million of work. 428 projects have been completed throughout the entire county. $240 million has been spent with local businesses within Prince George's County. And over 79 work was done by these small-based businesses in the county. 50% of the man-hours spent on our projects throughout the county has been performed by Prince George's County residents. And we have removed almost 170,000 pounds of trash from going into the stormwater system. Next slide. We have several projects that impact the community beyond just the bricks and mortar or sewer and water work. We are engaged in Prince George's County Public Schools with our treating and teaching program launched in 2016, where we actually install a stormwater management device and we educate the students on how that device works within the system to help clean the water. And we create at our schools outdoor learning spaces so that the students can actually see how these devices work. And we give them the opportunity to be outside. This is our educational side of our community-based work. Next slide. In order to reach that goal that I mentioned earlier, over 50% of the work was done by community residents, but a large amount of the money was spent in local-based businesses. Excuse me. In order to do this, we have created a mentor protege program where our general contractors support our small-based businesses in becoming educated on doing the work of stormwater management. We have completed 7 cohorts that include 61 participants. Our last cohort not only did horizontal construction, but we also had vertical construction contractors included in that work. And as a result, some of our proteges are now our GCs in the program. So they're actually leading the projects. And they have also been able to go on and get projects outside of Prince George's County and other jurisdictions, including Washington, D.C. Next slide. Next up is we would like to provide you with an update on our stream restoration project that's located within the town. I'm going to turn the program over to Christina Bigby to share additional information. Christina?
Thank you, Sonia. And please excuse me for not being on camera. I don't know if you noticed at the beginning, I did turn on my camera and I was upside down. So I'm not quite certain what's going on there, but I am with you verbally. So it's great to talk to the community again. We've come out many. I feel like for a couple of years we've spoken at this work session or with council members about the Cheverly stream restoration. So update is pretty simple. The project is 95% complete. So we're here. We're at the finish line. Some upcoming activities you may see in the community are like the final plantings, some surveying, and what we call as-built, preparing as-built. So we want to always make sure that we come in and that we have built this stream to the designs. Final approval, we believe we'll have final approval in March 2025. So just next month. I will turn it back over to Sonia, who's going to talk a little bit about habitat enhancement.
Thank you so much, Christina. We're so excited to be finishing up that stream restoration project in the town. And we are just excited about how we were able to get that done. Next up, I will turn the presentation over to Laura, who will talk about our habitat enhancement project located just adjacent to the stream. Laura?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Laura Conley. I'm a registered landscape architect in the state of Maryland. I have a pretty deep history with Prince George's County and environmental programs, environmental matters. I was involved with the implementation of the first ever countywide tree conservation program. I helped the state of Maryland get their program on board, and I've contributed to numerous plans relating to green infrastructure, environmental concerns, community planning, and implemented and managed some of the biggest mitigation projects located to some of our regional infrastructure projects right here around the Beltway. I'm elated to be here tonight to support Prince George's County and the Clean Water Partnership for the Cheverly East Habitat Improvement Project. Today, I think the world is realizing more than ever as we face climate change, increased temperatures, and more frequent severe storm events that trees and the preservation of forested areas, our green infrastructure, is not only important but necessary to offset these challenges. As this slide indicates, forests perform many functions, including some of the ones you have listed there. The Cheverly East Park project is important because it aims to save 9 acres or improve 9 acres of green infrastructure. If you are familiar, the state of Maryland, their general plan calls for preservation of 40% tree cover statewide. The Prince George's general plan calls for actually 52% of preservation of canopy. And in the 2011 Cheverly Green Infrastructure Plan, the Cheverly East Park is identified as a green hub. This habitat enhancement effort will ensure that Cheverly Park is a green hub and remains a green hub. And moving on to the next slide. Prince George's County and the Clean Water Partnership are advancing the forest enhancement effort to help improve water quality in the Beaver Dam Creek watershed. This project complements and is a companion effort to the stream restoration project that just happened there. We would like to engage the expertise from a variety of contractors that are already part of the Clean Water Partnership team, have experience in Prince George's County, and hopefully control the number of invasive species on this project. And the next slide is just a general project schedule. This is an average invasive species project activity level. We hope to start in the spring, and it may be a multi-year effort. Most invasive species projects are multi-year efforts. So tonight I want to introduce the project, and I want to say we will be back to give reports on it, and thank you for the opportunity to give you this information.
Thank you so much, Laura. Next, I'd like to discuss a project that we're currently and discussions with the town. Next slide, please. In response to the flood challenges that you all had in early 2020, the town received a grant award in 2024 to investigate and better understand the flood risk hazards that are in the town and to develop a flood risk solutions group of a slate of projects. Next slide. Our goal for completing the work that's associated with the grant includes working with the Maryland Department of Emergency Management to kickstart the project to make sure that we're all on the same page before we get started. We will be reviewing the mitigation plan and analyzing the watershed in the area. You all have 3 watersheds that are within the town. We're looking to provide natural solutions to help with the flooding, in addition to controlling the water that comes into the town and delaying how it's dispersed throughout the town. We will be preparing design and engineering permitted sets of plans. That is what the point of the project which the grant will get us to. We will also do a cost benefit analysis so that we can then determine how much it would cost to implement the solutions that are engineered and designed. This grant, its performance period is from now until 2027, which is a 3-year performance period. Next slide. So while we're doing this work, as I mentioned earlier, we are a community-based public-private partnership. We're looking for ways to provide co-benefits to the residents that will be impacted by this program. Next slide. We are considering these other opportunities to provide benefits to the residents by engaging the youth in the town. As we mentioned, we just completed the STREAM project. We will be working through habitat enhancement, and we're also looking at flooding. And so we're looking for opportunities to engage the young residents of the town and expose them to not only environmental education, but also careers that are involved in this field of work. During the invasive removal process, we would love to take some of the older students, the high school students, in and around the invasive removals to help them spot what an invasive is and how it's detrimental to the environment. We'd also like to work with the town residents, the homeowners and residents in the town to provide more access to county resources and bring some more of those resources into the town. What I've found is that the town of Cheverly is very active and engaged with all of your residents that are involved in the green infrastructure space. And so we'd love to work with your existing residents that have interest in those areas. We also have a tree planting program that the Clean Water Partnership does around the county. The Prince George's County has the desire to increase the tree canopy throughout the county to reduce the heat islands that you find within densely populated areas. And so we also have a tree planting program that we'd like to bring to the town as well to support what you all are already doing. And also we just began our recent mentor protege group. And so we'd love to invite some of the small businesses in your town to engage in this program and possibly become a part of the program when we move to the construction phase. Next slide. Next slide. So as far as in community engagement, our next steps are we're going to be closing out the STREAM project, as we just mentioned. Actually, I think Joey mentioned just today that we are very close to receiving our final on this project. So I'm looking forward to having it in the next few days. The Habitat Enhancement Project will begin. We'll be kicking off the flood grant work, and we will be planning our community engagement programs. Next slide. And so that's all I have for you today. Again, I'm Sonia Williams with the Clean Water Partnership, and I'm ready to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Council members?
I had a question.
Right?
Not sure if it was covered as far as the 3 projects. Can you name the projects? Make sure I'm on the same page.
So we're finishing up the stream restoration project. We will be beginning the Habitat Enhancement Project, which is invasives removal. And our third project is the Flood Risk Reduction Project, the design and permitting of plans for flood risk reduction.
Okay. Will this, is it a possibility to have, especially on the far side of town off of Newton, there's a stream, backstream in that area over there. Will this be covered in any of these projects as well to reduce the flooding on that side? At 58 Place between Newton and Landover Road.
Let me see if I can.
Was there any research done regarding that as well?
So the grant covers the town of Cheverly, and we have a few places that are being considered, and I was trying to figure out if I could pull up the map. I think we will get the map to you of the areas that that we have highlighted. I am not 100% familiar where all the roads are yet in the town. I plan on becoming very familiar with the roads in the town, so I'll know exactly where you're speaking of. But we will be reviewing the storm drains, touching the storm drains by going through and jet vacuuming them. And so we may end up touching those areas. That is the map of the invasive species. But I can get that answer to you in a couple days.
Thank you.
Any other councilman? Councilmember Frye? Mr. Brayman?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to point out 2 things. First of all, we are trying to expand the stream valley and the flooding that went on near Newton. So in the discussions, you have to remember we started with Parkway right near Forest was the flooding. We have expanded this out. We are trying to incorporate as much of the town as possible, but we can get more information on that. But part of it is we're going to get the kickoff with FEMA, and then we're going to try to expand it even further to include every part of Cheverly. I also want to note, though, maybe Sonia covered this, but Ms. Williams came forward with Clean Water Partnership and made the FEMA match. So the FEMA grant required a 25% match, which they've come up with $563,000 at this point. And so that's really saved the town a lot of money. So I want to thank her for that and recognize her for that. And her whole team.
Yeah, it wasn't me. It's the Clean Water Partnership. And what we're trying to do is to enhance the grants, stretch the grants dollars so that we can expand to different areas.
Councilmember Frye?
I think I have 2 questions. One might be more towards you, Mr. Galloway, maybe Mr. Bremen. With the SAS flood prediction solution that we put forward to MDE, will that be incorporated into kind of like this project? Are they going to be working together at all, or?
No, that's a completely separate
Completely
project.
separate?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a way for them to work together?
Yeah, sure is.
Okay. And then I guess my second question, and maybe Mr. Braven, you can answer this for me, is in regards to kind of the erosion analysis we were doing on Forest Road between Forest and 50.
Yes, we are also, so everyone's aware of these grants, and while they are separate grants and moving forward, we are looking to have overlap and collaboration. So for instance, Mike Clark is the lead right now with EchoSite on the erosion. he and LIDC have been working together. In fact, he used to work with LIDC directly. LIDC is part of the FEMA and the Clean Water Partnership team on this. So we have a lot of connections here.
Okay, so those will be all together.
Well, we're going to have them connect as best as possible.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. And thank you for that $563,000 match too. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Anyone else from council? Anyone in the room? If you are in the room and you'd like to provide input, please raise your hand so we can get you a microphone. You must be at the microphone.
Solid verse.
Okay, thank you, sorry. So I'd just like to talk about the asbestos removal, the habitat enhancement part of the project. We can only welcome a project intended to improve the environment and preserve existing public lands. Looking toward the county's general plan, which calls for retaining more than 50% of the tree canopy. Volunteer groups and individuals in Cheverly have been working for many years on removing invasive plants, preserving or adding natives, and educating our neighbors, and look forward to helping with this project. Of course, the emphasis on community engagement is most welcome as well. So not a question, just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And we look forward to working with you as well, and especially in educating the residents in how they can identify and remove invasives on their own property. We will be focusing on the public space. And while we're there, we would love for the community to learn about these invasive species and how they do impact the life cycle of the vegetation that's in your yard and how to remove them. So we look forward to working with you as well.
Anyone else in the room? Any other member of the community? All right. Ms. Williams, we cannot thank you enough for matching our team grant. Really appreciate it. We look forward to continuing to work with you. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
So the next item is the 5801 Annapolis Road. The developers will come and do a brief presentation and answer questions from the mayor and council and the community. Is he with you as well?
Yeah, he's with me, so.
Okay.
I can move out of the way.
You can just stand next to him. It's fine, that guy.
So you have space for it. Yeah, everyone has access to the spot.
Well, they have, I got a bunch of copies of the books.
Yeah, the slots are being shared right now.
I can go with it.
Thank you for having us here. I appreciate the opportunity to present our project. So my name is Vineet. I'm the civil engineer on this project, and Amit is the architect on the project. And we are working for the owner and developer, Dr. Harry Singh. He could make it today here, so we are sort of presenting the project on his behalf. So Dr. Singh acquired 3 parcels. Next slide. So he had 3 parcels. ZKSYA Group is the one that Dr. Singh owns. So he acquired 3 parcels, A, B, and D, at the intersection of 57th Avenue and Annapolis Road. The total acreage is 3.10 acres. And the idea here is to build townhomes and to the land development to support that building. So we're going to be approximately building around 31 townhomes. And the plans will include 3-story units with 3 bedrooms. Each unit is around 2,600 square feet. And the idea is to have 1 parking space with a garage for each unit. We have a tentative schedule. We plan to obtain the permits by the end of this year. And the plan is to start construction sometime in fall 2026. When I say we tend to obtain permits this year, we still have ways to go because we still have to work towards presenting our plans to park and planning. And then subsequently, we go to DPI for getting permitting for stormwater management and sediment control. And then once we get our permits, we work with architect to get the building permits. Next slide, please. So the project site is 5801. The address is 5801 Annapolis Road, intersection of Annapolis Road and 57th Avenue. So what you see out there is the exact location of the project. We pulled this orientation from Google Maps. And the idea is to put homes out there because it's going to complement the neighborhood and, of course, a lot of eateries and other small businesses and retail around that area. Next slide, please. That's the existing land orientation. We have parcels A, B, and D, and we're going to be combining those 3 parcels to build the development, which would include, of course, like I said initially, multifamily units, and parking and the related infrastructure. Next slide, please. So it's zoned TGO. So from the zoning perspective, we have worked with park and planning, and we have had calls with them. We have had discussions with them. So the zoning for what we're proposing works. And then, we looked into the zoning requirements as far as the lot width, the front yard depth, the side yard depth, the rear yard depth, and the maximum structure height, I think, is 50 feet of the multifamily units. Next slide, please. So that's a zoning map, pretty much. What's encompassed in the red is the boundary of their property. Next slide, please. So that's pretty much the introduction I'd given about the project. So we have the proposed building, which is being designed by the architect, and it's going to have exterior facade. The facade of the building is going to be a brick and stone. We're going to have 2 access points to the site. One from 57th Avenue. There is an existing entrance apron on 57th Avenue. And the other access is going to be off from Annapolis Road. It's the same access that leads back to the hotel behind the property. So we're going to share the same driveway. That would be the second access. We need around 64 parking spaces, but we have ample room and we're providing 73. Landscaping is going to be done per the code, per permitting requirements. Currently, there is no existing water and sewer on our property, so we'll tie into the public water and sewer of Annapolis. And then we have to design for drainage. So that's the entire civil packet that has to be developed from scratch to get this project up and running in the permit perspective. Next slide, please. So this is a concept plan we prepared. You can see what you have in the gray is the road, and then you have 2 access points, one from 57th Avenue and one from the other road that leads to the hotel behind. What you see in yellow is the footprint of the residential building. What you see in the front towards 57th Avenue, the box, that's more than likely going to be the underground stormwater management facility. In the green, what's depicted in green with the green space. And then, of course, we're going to have a landscape plan, which we haven't started working on yet. So this footprint was shared when we had a public meeting this past May. And then we're going to present this footprint as our first step towards proceeding with the site development plan to park and planning. Next slide, please. So on the building concept, I'll let Amit, who's the architect, talk about that.
The building, it's a 3-story building with no basement. It will have a garage one-car garage, and it will have a approach driveway that will have a possibility to keep another car on the driveway. And then, so 3-story with a 3-bedroom, and it will have a backyard and some sort of front yard. And we are trying to keep the style with the contemporary, with the going with the current demand. So that is where we are right now. So I can take
that. So that's a process. So right now we are in the pre-application. We had the neighborhood meeting. So we're going to go to the third step, application submittal, right? So that's going to go to park and planning. We're working towards that step, and then we follow the sequence. And the last item on the process is the hearing, which we'll have at park and planning. And once they sign off on that, then we start developing the plans and submitting that to DPI for relevant stormwater management and sediment control permits. So that's a process, and we hope to get through this process with park and planning maybe in the next couple of months. And then hopefully in the following few months, we'll get the site development permits from DPI and other related agencies. So that's where we are. Thank you. Any questions? Be more than happy to answer.
Yeah, if you don't mind, just to provide a few data points from town's perspective. Well, just so that everyone knows, the RDA used to own this property directly located behind the window. At one point, this property was to be developed as a limited service hotel with a restaurant. I think, that plan was just removed from the RDA's website after the new owner purchased the property. So that's what the original intention of the property was. We were notified of the current plan last May, actually, when they had the public hearing. The public meeting was on a Friday at 6 p.m. And as I've indicated to you all, that was unacceptable then. I think that that was something that you needed to check off the list, and you did from your side. But from the community side, you need to have another public meeting so that the residents can come and provide some feedback on the plan. As it relates to the property, again, it was supposed to be a limited service hotel. So the print now has changed from what it was supposed to be to now townhome. So I just wanted to put that out there. I do know a few of you all in the room were at that meeting in May, and I do appreciate you all attending, but I just wanted you all to know that the RDA did own it. They sold it, and there were no requirements as to what that property needed to be developed as, which is why they're presenting the proposal of townhomes. So, man, that's all that I have to say on that matter for right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Dobbins.
Thank you. I was just taking a look at the topographic sketch with on parcel A. It seems awfully hilly.
Yeah.
What are your plans to deal with that?
So we're going to grade it out. That's the plan. There's a wall right behind there. There's a huge elevation drop. So we'll have to just go ahead and leave the wall as is. We'll do some testing to make sure the wall is strong enough. And then if we need to reinforce the wall, we'll do that. But we don't plan to go up that high.
Okay.
So the way the site is graded, is that it's sloping towards 57th Street.
Okay.
That's how the existing grading is.
Right.
And that's at the bottom of that hill, for the sake of discussion, that's where we're putting the underground storage facility for stormwater management.
Okay.
So that's the best we can do under the current circumstances. We're trying to minimize cut as much as possible. It's going to be expensive, right, for the owner. So that's the idea behind this, from that perspective. But as we proceed towards doing as we proceed the design towards permitting, we have to go ahead and fine tune that much more.
Okay.
So right now, I would say what you see on the plans on that plan was perhaps 10%.
Okay.
Right now, we're going to have geotech investigations, and then we're going to figure out exactly where the tank sits.
Okay. So the geo investigations are good. So in terms of like the soil quality, all that.
Yeah,
stuff.
infiltration. So infiltration will determine the stormwater management.
Got it.
And then, of course, he needs the geotech for his foundation design, and we're doing that too.
Right. You're just not there yet.
Not there yet. It's happening right now as you speak, and in the next few weeks, we'll get a report.
And if I like to add to that is that if you look at the rendering, even when you develop the concept, we are trying to have like that 2 units in one level, then drop it, another 2 units gradually going down.
Oh, okay.
You see that the planter is kind of breaking them down to different levels.
Right. Like stepwise.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Councilmember Watson?
2 questions. One, which parcel do we own? Is it lot 5? Lot 4? And then the second question is, are you concerned about folks buying townhouses above a gas station? Like, it's like right down the hill from me. They live there. So 2 questions. Do you remember which lot we own?
Don't worry.
So I think parcel C is what the town owns.
C? I can't. Okay.
So parcel C.
Yeah, this one.
This is
This triangle.
lot 5.
Lot 5.
Lot 5.
Next to
Lot 5.
Did that say the town owns that? Is that what you're saying? I can't see it.
So lot right here.
Yeah, what about it? The town owns it?
Yeah, lot 5.
Or lot 5. Lot 5 is
Yeah.
the parcel B.
It's triangle.
Yeah, I
So-
think that's.
Lot
Yeah.
5.
So lot 5 is right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right here.
Lot 5. Lot 5 is what.
The long.
The rest of it though.
5.
Yes.
Lot 5. It's the
Oh,
same.
okay. The answer is 5.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't hear the answer. Okay,
I needed to see it.
I see.
So you own this right here.
So we own A, B, and D,
Right.
and the C is owned by the town.
No, not C.
No, not
5.
C.
Five.
Yeah, we call it parcel
Five.
C. You're lot 5, correct.
Well, no, C is on the west.
Parcel.
5 is on the east. It's an important to get it right.
So this is the parcel. Which one is this?
Lot 5.
That's lot 5. Okay, lot 5 then.
Okay, so, okay, how about my question about buying a townhouse above a gas station?
So I think the owner has done, this is, perhaps I can get you an answer from the owner, he's not here today. They have done their financial calculations and there's some research there and they feel that, that should perhaps be, it should work in terms of selling, respective cars. So that the financial, the numbers have been done by him. Check something. The gas station is right here, right?
Yeah, like at the bottom of
At the bottom there, yes, yeah. So we have a green space there. We have a buffer there. We're going to landscape that area, screen it from the gas station, and then right behind that we have the homes.
Okay, I'm skeptical, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I'm not a property developer.
Councilmember Wade?
Yeah, this is actually thank you all for being here.
Sure.
As Mr. Galloway mentioned, the fact that the hearing was done at 6 p.m.
Yeah.
That's not community engagement. That's not how Cheverly do things. So we definitely need to make sure that we have more communication with neighbors, not even just the Cheverly neighbors, but people that live around there, that's unincorporated area. regarding that. Again, I'm support business, but I know we do have a shortage as far as affordable housing. Is that something that the owner is doing? And I would love to for the owner to be here as well to make sure. I know you are representing him, but that's not reflective of a good partnership going forward with that. So please send that back as well. Understand that and make sure that we know who we're going to be partnering with that. So again, the aspect of affordable housing, something that, especially the things that are going on right now, that's something that might be in play. I'm not sure if you can answer that. I know it's in the making money, which I totally understand that. The necessity of that for the county that we're living in now is very important.
We can convey that to the owner, and we can certainly,
are you able to provide this information to us, or?
Yeah, of course. This information is shared. I don't have his information.
That should not the contact information, but we can definitely provide that.
We can provide that to you. That's
Okay.
no problem.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, I have some questions. You mentioned that there's some landscaping in between the gas station and where the factories actually start. Have you talked with anyone, considered whether or not you're using native plants for this space?
We haven't gotten there yet. So we have a landscape architect who is going to do the landscaping plan for us. So whatever the concrete requirements are from that perspective, they will certainly look into that. And yes, native plants, yes.
We'd love to see that.
Yes.
We have a town organization that can assist you with that. They're actually in the room and can provide you with recommendations.
Sure.
I didn't hear you. I heard Councilmember Wade ask about affordable housing, but I didn't hear the price point for the home.
Price point, do you know the price point for the
Well, right now, the thing is that we are trying to work on the site plan. And then when it comes to the building, that's where we wanna, like at one point, we did discuss about having like a 2-level kind of thing, which would have definitely brought the price down, but we had parking restrictions that we could not go to, too many units. So we haven't gone to the numbers yet. We are trying to achieve the number of units that, client was trying to. I mean, initially he was hoping for 40, but because of the grade and the stormwater management, we could not get to the 40 units. So.
Okay, so you're not having 40 units, it's 31. But,
31 units. Yeah.
But what's your guesstimate? An average townhome can be 350 or 450. Where are we looking at?
In that range? I mean, it depends on the quality of the townhomes.
What's the market rate?
I mean, it will be market driven, really. I mean,
what would be market rate for you in this area? I'm a realtor, so I could come up with that, but I'm trying to figure out what you.
So, I mean, the idea is always like when anyone develops like that, we don't want to be that highest price in the market. So you'd see what is selling, and we try to be comparative to that price range.
Okay. We continue to have developers, particularly coming into our area, saying that they're willing to provide affordable housing. I didn't hear that from you all, so that we would like to understand if that's something that's going to happen, because we do have residents who are very concerned about making sure we do have affordable housing. We have a very interesting community. Most folks do not move out of Cheverly; they move around, and so this might be an opportunity for somebody's children to get a home, first starter home. We'd like to make sure it's within an affordable bracket if possible. Lastly, what's the square footage for the home?
Around 2,600.
Okay, decent size. All right, Councilman Fry.
Well, like the mayor was saying, we're looking at young families potentially moving into this kind of area. Have you guys considered beyond just like a little green space with native plants, like something for like a playground rather than a recreational, like within this area?
Yeah, we do have a provision on one side where we are thinking of having a little playground. Like in this area.
In that little area.
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
Over here, where most of the green space.
The other question, this is just for a little clarity on my part, then I apologize, and I might go to you, Mr. Galloway. It says Bladensburg, Maryland. But this is within the town.
This is Cheverly.
It is.
So this is going to receive Cheverly services.
Yes.
So our trash
Cheverly on there.
Yeah, one. And I said, you probably want to have it Cheverly, Maryland. Two, that's going to include all of our services are going to be part of this. So just on our part, I would love to know what that looks like for us to, as regards to taxes, as well as how much service cost, things like that. And what additional that might add. And then I imagine this is going to be zoned similar to Ward 1, where Councilmember Wade lives. So is that Bladensburg Elementary School?
Yes, that's Williamsburg.
And then you said the traffic study will be done at a future
Yeah,
date.
so we did do a traffic study. We had a consultant come in and do some traffic study, took some daily traffic counts, and apparently it has passed the threshold which park and planning was looking at.
Okay.
So from that perspective, we are okay. We did a pedestrian impact study and a traffic study.
Councilmember Frye, you bring up a point. I don't know the answer to this. I'm not fishing. I'm just curious. Have you looked at the capacity for Bladensburg Elementary and what this will do in terms of an impact? It's 31 units. Let's say each unit has possibly 2 to 3 children. That's adding an additional almost 100 kids to the school. What commitments are you all willing to make to that particular school, or what can you do to consider that? One of the things we're trying to get away from is developers just coming in, putting stuff in and leaving. Right? We want to see that you're tied to the community, that you're actually going to do something for where you're building and getting money from. And so we'd like to hear more of that. That would probably be helpful if you commit to having those meetings and community engagement so you can hear the type of community that you're building in. Okay?
That's true.
All right. All right. Anyone else at the table? Councilmember Reiner.
I see this in the notes from that meeting in May about environmental concerns, and I'm sure the folks around the room will bear this out, but something that you should know about our priorities is that there are sort of the requirements within the county and the bare minimum, and then there's what we would like to see
Within the town of Cheverly.
within the town of Cheverly, because we are committed to being sustainable and green and doing the best that we can, even with development, to protect the watershed, to protect the tree canopy. And so I think it's important for you to keep in mind that we don't really want to hear, well, it passes the requirements for XYZ. What we want to hear is, what are you doing in addition to what is the bare minimum in order to make sure that we're being sustainable and responsible with those things.
Appreciate that. Yeah.
All right. Anyone in the room? A reminder, if you are providing resident input, your name, your ward, and keep your comments to 3 minutes. Anyone?
Salo.
I can see your hand.
Okay. First, just to go back a little in time, within the RDA ownership, there was also a plan to build the plant at Cheverly, the point at Cheverly. Condos, I think, high rise, that's another thing that died. So I would like to ask you, I didn't see any changes in the plans since the May 17th, 2024 pre-application presentation. Do you think that what you showed today is the same as you have?
Saying that it moves slowly, but no, we are catching up on that. Things will change.
Okay, and very similar to what Councilmember Briner asked about. So in May, you stated that building and environmental aspects of your project will conform only to the minimal standards of county code. No solar roofs, no EV charging stations, no LEED standards for buildings. Is that still the case?
I mean, in terms of LEED design, right, from the building perspective, we can look at all that. But right now, we haven't really talked about it. I'm not taking it off the table, right? We haven't talked about it because we haven't moved much from beyond what we're sharing with you, right? So we can certainly have a discussion. We will talk to the owners and see how we move. But absolutely, we agree in the green concept. we certainly appreciate that comment.
Is there anyone else around the room? Okay, back to the table, Councilmember Brennan.
I just think what concerns me about that is that you had a community meeting in May where you heard very clearly from our residents that the environmental concerns were important. And since May, you're still showing us the same designs without any of those changes that they asked for.
Yes, because nothing has moved since May.
Okay,
So what was presented in May is what we have right now.
okay.
So in the next 2 or 3 months, when we submit our plans to Park and Planning, I can promise you things are going to change because now we're going to dive in.
Okay, we would like to see that first
Sure.
and make sure that it.
Yeah, we share it with you. Yeah. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, we want to work with you guys. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's how these projects get done, and we certainly realize that, appreciate it.
And one thing I'd like to input in this that when we first got the site to work with, environmental concern was my first vision from the day one, because I didn't want to flat it out or build everything down. I wanted to keep the grade and build on the grade the way the whole thing is. So we are trying to keep the impact as less as possible. That is the whole goal.
Yeah.
Councilman Wade.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize the fact that we are definitely for development, and the fact that we need housing here.
Right.
But this definitely has to be a full, transparent partnership.
It will be.
Happen. So please present that to the owner of this property as well. But it's not a one-stop, as the mayor said. A lot of developers come, especially this area, do stuff here and then move out. This is not how we do things here. So
absolutely,
we're definitely looking forward to work with you regarding that. It has to be done in a respectful and strategic way to do that, a responsible way.
We will develop that partnership over time, because now we are going to mobilize 100%. Right. So there was some discussion in the past. I wasn't a part of that discussion. The owners had, the powers to be about lot 5, right? So one thing he did express to me was if the town is willing to, lot 5, then we could use that lot too, but that's up to you guys. Right now, what you see, 31 townhomes are not on any part of lot 5. And from what I heard,
that was simultaneous. Councilmember Brown.
I think my question is, if you were to obtain lot 5, what is your idea of what you'd like to do?
So we
add
could
more houses or add more? Okay.
So it'd be a combination of more green space and some more units if we were to obtain lot 5. So
Would you be able to give more specific, like how many?
We don't know yet, but we can certainly, look into getting a handful. But
I mean, one of the things, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
One of the things, affordable housing that we have mentioned, like the house price will go down the more we can build and plot. And this area, as you can see, it's almost wasted land. We just have a green space. So we can get this. We can have more unit. That way we can bring the cost down of each unit. That's one of the things.
So, sorry, go ahead.
We just want to make sure that we're not referring to green space as wasted land.
No, I mean, wasted in a sense like...
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying, for sure.
Just an approach road. That nothing can be done there otherwise.
So that's... so that piece is, it's going to be of no use to the town, I guess, once we develop behind there that, you can't put anything on there. But it's up to the group. I mean, what we can say anything, it's up to you guys.
You'll be surprised what we're able to do, sir. Very, very surprised. But yes, that's something for us to consider. Anyone else have questions or comments at the table? Councilmember Dallas.
Yeah, have you spoken with Mr. Lee at the Cheverly Sunoco about this? Have you actually spoken with them?
Yeah, I think there was some discussion with the owner. Yeah.
Okay.
Owners are doing something.
There has been just, is there anything?
Not that I'm aware of, unless you're aware of.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I mean, matter of fact, that was one of the reasons that since May we didn't move fast, because we're hoping to see if there's some development there.
If there's been some development at the Sunoco station?
No, not the Sunoco. I'm talking about the lot 5.
Lot 5.
Oh, the lot 5.
So holding on to a decision, which of course is beyond my.
Right.
You know, my involvement.
Right.
On lot 5. And if that's going to be coming.
I'm not sure if I'm getting confused, but we've not been discussing lot 5. So if you all were wondering what we were going to do.
I thought our owner conveyed to me that he talked to some folks in the town. I don't know who talked about lot 5.
Okay, so what I would suggest is before you leave today, talk with someone about scheduling meetings with us, more than one. Because the community engagement part was a year ago at a meeting where barely anybody attended.
Yeah.
And so we don't have enough information getting out to community about what's going there. And we will have people that will be in opposition to the project just because they don't feel like they've been engaged and touched.
So, right. So how we the community knows the project's coming. I'll tell you why. Park and Planning gave us a list of 150 residents to whom we send the information to about this project happening. We shared with them, a site plan, told them what this project is coming. In the same letter, we did mention about the public meeting which we had in May. It was on a Friday, right? So the community knows the project's coming. Right now, if they don't.
No.
Yeah. I hope that's what you're hearing. We have an idea of what you've gotten through planning. We knew about that meeting. But the way that our community is engaged is we have typically multiple meetings, not just one. And so that if the folks in here who are the major stakeholders aren't aware, then the community is not aware. So I would really ask that you all consider reaching out to the town to get some more meetings scheduled so we can actually share what's coming. Councilmember Pratt?
I would just suggest we have a special meeting specifically just for your project.
Okay.
We can host it here and invite the town. And it probably would be best too is to have it mapped out as to if you were to obtain lot 5, what would that look like?
Okay.
And maybe sooner than later, because like you just heard, we do a lot of community engagement. So we don't want this project to be prolonged. We want to get started right away.
Sure.
And I think that would be.
And if you can do numbers, tell us what the price point would be if you don't get lot 5 and what it would be if you do. That would help us a lot. Councilmember Wade?
And just one more tidbit.
Yeah.
If lot 5 does happen, senior housing is something that is very much in need. So there's some fixed housing, affordable housing for people. So I definitely support the making money, but if we're partnering, say lot 5 is included, this is up to the side that either senior housing or a level of housing that's affordable for residents that live in Prince George County. That would be my advice as well.
Okay. I'm gonna ask one more thing and then we'll be done with that. Y'all can go home. Is this what we can expect to see? Because the description was brick and facade. This is not typically what I think of when I think of brick and facade.
I think we didn't go that far yet in the design. It was very basic starting, but the goal here is like as we were targeting the young generation, so we are trying to have more cutting edge design towards attracting even the design wise. We have you have to get to your main level, you have to step up. So it has to, we are targeting the young audience.
Mm-hmm. I think it's great. The contemporary design is fine. We are tired of seeing the same townhome.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're fine with that. But if you could give us like a mock-up when we have the next meeting, so we know exactly what we will be looking at, that would be great.
I mean, it will be in that direction. Like I said, we are targeting the young, and that's the taste, the young generation has. So we are going towards there.
Yeah.
Just for a point of clarification, Mayor and Council is aware of lot 5, okay? But one thing that we're going to do moving forward is having your team work with my team so that we can schedule some type of town hall for you all to come here and present this with the community. So those would be the next steps moving forward.
So if you don't mind, at some point, if you give us a point of contact, you can communicate by email, and we'll be more than happy to.
I'll meet you outside.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that. That's not a problem.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we're excited about this project.
Great.
It's going to be good.
Yeah. You have a card?
Oh, yeah.
Their info is online.
Yep.
There.
Yep.
Okay.
The next.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night. Right.
They're not next.
Okay, they're coming back.
I have,
Sorry.
Anacostia Watershed Society, AWS.
Yeah, so we see you by the microphones, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
And Community Native Planting Project. The Community Native Planting Project is actually.
Good.
Yeah. All right, we have 5701 Landover Road. Just as a point of reference from our previous presentation, Community Native Planting Project is where I learned about invasives. So glad to see that we're working for that. We also have folks from AWS and get your presentation.
Sure. So again, I'm Diane Beadle from Community Native Planting Project. If you don't know me, I don't know how that's happened because I'm out there all the time.
I'm Matthew Reese. I am a landscape designer with Montgomery County's Department of Environmental Protection. I was with the Anacostia Watershed Society when the project began.
And he's contracted to do this work. So, and then we.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lindsay. I'm the Community Outreach Manager for AWS, and I'm just here to represent AWS. All of the credit goes to Matthew and Diane for this project.
No, it does not. It does not. So we're all in this together. You're our partners in crime. So you want to talk about community engagement?
Yeah.
So I'll tell you, and actually that's funny. That's so. As you know, last year, we decided to partner up and do this. I won't go through the history so we can get through this quickly. But I just want to say we started on February 1st. So we are at 13 months. And in 13 months, we have done 6 in-person input sessions. We shared a questionnaire at least 16 different times. And thank you to the Green Infrastructure Committee for sharing it with their people, and the Planning Committee shared it with theirs as well. So we were getting it out there. We put it on every listserv in every way we possibly could. We put it on yard signs that we have left at the site for months for people walking by so that they could click on it. Chris got it out for us. We got it out there. And so in these 6 in-person sessions, through the questionnaire, we have had 167 people provide written input via our community outreach activities. We've had 117 people come to the site and actually do work on the site. This weekend, we have 28 more people signed up to come up to do another work session. Overall, when you combine this, because multiple people did multiple things, we've had input, we've had people on the site, we've had 231 people involved in this process in 13 months. And I'm just going to, and also I always just assume I'm thanking Public Works in the town for what's going on, because we could not do this without their help. And Luis and I have a system down for how we get, when our volunteers haul stuff out, how he gets it then to where it needs to go. We have like different dropping points for the different kinds of waste. So more about the volunteering. We've had 30 work sessions to date. So that's almost 3 a month, 2 a month is what we're doing. And we've had months where we couldn't work because of weather. We have had 658 volunteer hours spent on site cleaning up. That does not include the hundreds of hours behind the scenes that have gone on by volunteers. And so if the value of our on-site volunteering in this year was $23,000 from the community. And one of the things that is, you'll see in there a picture of a couple of our volunteers on top of a concrete pile of rubble. To do the to keep the impact on the ground as little as possible, we hauled everything out in wheelbarrows. And it was 6 tons when Public Works. So we hauled it to the entrance, and then Public Works came in with the skid steer and took it to the construction dumping. And Louise said it was 6 tons. So, and that's only part of it. That does not include all the other stuff that we've been pulling out. We have another session coming up this Saturday. We are taking out more of the natural debris than we normally would. And part of that is because of the amount of broken glass that's on the site. And last time we were there, we found a gun. So, and this is after a year of cleaning out, we underneath. So we have to get it cleared out so we can get all the glass out and the gun. And we've only found 1 needle. so that was good, but it's going. It's, if you haven't seen, like, how we started, where we started, and what it looks like now, and then when he does his magic,
it's totally unrecognizable.
Yeah.
You can see back there. There may be a picture in the packet. So for everybody around the outside, they get a distilled packet of 6 pages. There's a 21-page packet that I guess is in the larger piece. That's the total design plan. But this is what it used to look like. Kind of down by the southern tip, by the entrance, just covered in trash, covered in debris. And then down below, that was taken back in, I believe, August.
Yeah.
And so since then, it's even, the invasives have largely stopped coming back. It's really just an incredible transformation. That's all Diane. Just the amount of work that she's put in is really, really astounding.
I think it's 117 volunteers. So.
Everybody, it's really incredible.
Yeah. So, and I guess, so now from all the input, Matthew,
yes.
And I went through the questionnaire. Matthew did all the other things. You guys all participated, or most of you participated in at least one of the input sessions. So you kind of know what we were doing. So,
right. So you guys on the table have, I can see on your package, you have the exact notes and more detailed what was gleaned from the different engagement exercises. But I'm going to run through it very quickly for everybody around the outside.
Do you have extra packets to go around?
There's
Oh, okay.
And everybody around the table has one. You guys all have this in your packet as well. This is the basic design plan we'll be looking at to go through the how the community exercises informed the design, because that was the goal from the beginning, to get as much information as we could from members and from people who will be using the park and neighbors to best inform the design. So a response that we got from basically everybody across the board was, we want to keep this place natural, right? That's great. That is in alignment with the grant that we're using to fund this project, but we're looking to keep it natural. There's really great bones already on the site. Now that we've cleaned it up, there's some very large canopy trees, which you can see in the filled in green circles. They're many, many meters tall. They're creating a very nice natural native canopy. And then there's also a lot of smaller trees as well in the smaller green circles that we're looking to try and save, looking to keep as much as we can on site. That's not invasive, that's not dangerous or dead or any sort of detriment. And the other most common response that we got was that we are looking to create a place that's inviting and easily enjoyable. This natural space that's for the community, that's accessible, that's something that people can enjoy and participate in and feel at home at. So in order to do that, we've created a set of walking paths through the site. You can see down at the bottom left, there's an entry landing, which will be made of concrete. That is to hold all the things that have to get fastened to the ground. Things like bike racks, things like a trash can, things like a bulletin board, or anything that needs to be right at the entrance. We'll have it there. And then the lighter brown path that meanders through the top will be just a wood chip pathway. Just keeps things in budget, and it really adds to the natural feel of the space. Very easy to maintain as well. That'll go through the most of the property, which is mostly forested. Down at the bottom, you can see there's a little sign that says Meadow, and that is largely open for the time being. And we really encourage pursuing some sort of ADA walkway to a landing space. The wood chips are not normally ADA, it's hard to roll over them, and it's not accessible in that way. However, creating an actual functioning boardwalk or concrete walkway down to a landing is pretty invasive, and it can be a little bit detrimental to the environment. There also usually needs to be an engineer involved. There's pouring of concrete. It's a lot more involved, just to say. And so that's something that we encourage down the road. That's not something that we're able to pursue with this first phase that we're talking about right now. But being able to interact with the space is a must. I don't need to talk to this group about native plants, apparently. Really great that everybody's on board with that. That was another thing that we heard from pretty much everybody. Particularly, people are interested in meadow flowers. They're interested in increasing the canopy and adding native trees, and then understory plants as well. So thinking about things like fruiting trees and shrubs, potentially, pawpaws, blueberries, things like larger canopy trees, meadow flowers that I think are very eye-catching that a lot of people understand, things like echinacea, coneflower, black-eyed Susan. These are things that we'd like to see here to be able to draw people in. Something else to think about that most people, or a lot of people rather, said that was very important was seating and creating areas, small areas for gathering. Again, this helps make it accessible to the larger population, that everybody can just walk around the entire time. It's nice to have a space to be able to sit, to immerse yourself in. And a lot of these features, if you have the bigger packet, it goes into detail on every single aspect that we're talking about, but had to abbreviate just for the sense of keeping things short. People really were interested in evoking kind of the sense of calm, relaxation, rejuvenation. That's the feeling that we were going after when designing this space. Many people were interested in having a play area or some space specifically for kids, particularly nature play. That is really this kind of growing field. People are leaning away from plastic and metal play materials, more into natural materials, more. It encourages kids to be creative and work with their surroundings. So that's something that we can think about. Up at the top, you can see there's a space for a future play area. There's less trees there naturally. So it makes a great spot for that. That, again, would be something that would have to be pursued in the future, just because right now this grant is pretty restricted in what is allowed and what it can fund. But definitely wanted to create a plan that can be built upon in the future for whatever you all end up choosing to pursue. And then I do want to say that something that came up with most of our sessions and most of the feedback that we got was safety was a real concern with this site. Having things be open and visible, but at the same time accessible, particularly accessible to our community members, whether we're looking to attract people from other neighborhoods, this was an ongoing conversation, and we had to figure out how to grapple with that with design. So if you go to the next couple pages, there's planting designs. And so I think one way to try to address the concern of visibility and accessibility is with plants. You can see in this one that says the potted planting design, which has all the circles on it. Up at the top is Landover Road, and that is a road that we would like to try and screen. What's up?
And so just when he's saying potted plants, he's not talking about pots with plants in them.
Sorry.
He's talking about plants that come in pots.
Larger plants that come in pots, like shrubs, things that can grow much larger. Thank you, Diane.
Yeah.
Up at the top here along Landover Road, having some larger shrubs that can grow, 5-10 feet tall to try and block both the noise from Landover Road, because it can be very noisy, and also to insulate some of the views to keep this sort of private. However, we do think that there has to be there should always be eyes on this sort of space. And so having along 57th Street, either lower shrubs or just much more open, you can see on the left side of the map, being able to see into this space creates ownership. It just makes always having eyes on a space is a good idea. Similarly, I think we're in works for a fence around the space. That's something that we've been thinking about.
Right. So, and that's I know the town I put in a grant for a fence and was soundly rejected. And the town put in one as well. And I don't know if you've heard back on that one.
No, not yet.
In the packet, Matt, do you mind if I step in? Okay, so we're talking about what we're going to do is the stage 1, and then stage 2, it needs a fence. There's just no way around it. And I don't know if we're going to have to do a bake sale to get it, but a fence, just because of how steep the slopes are, you need it to protect the pedestrians who are walking on the slopes, and you also need it from having kids run up those slopes and go onto Landover Road. And actually, the temporary fence is I'm surprised it's still up and it's still working, but it's a temporary fence and it's not going to provide the protection that's needed. So, and I don't know what the quotes were, but so that would be stage too.
Right.
That needs, like, as soon as we possibly can, beg, borrow, and steal to get a fence in there. And then stage 3
Right,
is
one of
where
these
we're talking about
pages-
the ADA.
Yes, one of these pages has the installation stages for everybody with the packet on the outside. It's the second page. It should be right before the plan and the larger packet with the people at the table. But this kind of breaks it down how we would envision moving forward with this in stages. Stage 1 is basically that's what this plan would mostly cover, and what the grant would mostly cover is setting the foundation to complete this project, right? Allowing people to walk through, getting the bare bones plantings down that can then spread or that can be added to later, basically creating a space that can be usable for the community. And then stage 2 definitely would be creating some sort of fence, a barrier of some sort. Stage 3 would probably be some sort of ADA access way, which again is a little bit more involved. There's engineers, there's pouring concrete, there's quite a bit more that comes with that. And then stage 4 would be some sort of nature play area with play structures. So yeah, go ahead.
And with that though too is one of my favorite features that Matthew did in there was the informal gathering area where he had those stones as seating, which can also be used as play features.
Right. Right in the middle of the design, you can see that there. It's kind of at the intersection of all of the different walkways.
And it just looks cool.
And that is naturally kind of a place where we congregate. For those who were at the on-site exercise that we did, the workshop, that is where all the tables were. It's naturally flat. It's naturally where people want to try and gather. So I think that's pretty much everything about the packet. The second to last page shows the smaller plants, the non-potted plants, which is seeds or quart-sized plants or plugs or things that are very small that can be put in that can grow. It's mostly perennials. And then the final page of the packet is the different plant species. And this is meant really as a guide just to show the breadth that we can work with here. Everything on this plan is native. We all understand the importance of native plants. Not to say that non-natives and ornamentals don't have a place here, but there was just an overwhelming desire to see native plants in a space like this.
Right. And building off of what Matthew was saying, it's like the plants that we put in are a holding place in the beginning of the conversation, because what we have found on every single project that we've done, when you start sourcing plants, you can't always find what you want, and then you also find out, well, this plant isn't going to work there because of X, Y, and Z.
Some do really well, some thrive, and some do not do very well. So that's mostly this. And do we go over like next steps or?
No, I think we can take questions. Or, do you want to hear?
Council?
Or
what do we want to hear?
Oh, so I'll
What the next steps?
So next steps, like quickly. So we got to finish the cleanup, which is it's weather and other things have meant that it's gone on longer than it should. That is what it is. We're fine. And then we have funding in the grant to do some contracted work because there's the conditions of the slope, and because it was used for construction dumping, there's some slopes that are just asphalt crumble, so we have to secure the slopes so that they're not dangerous.
And for walkways and entry, there has to be some sort of grading, even on the wood chip pathways that are very informal. They need to be graded to be able to be held.
Well, at least at the entrance, like the others, the ground is very undulating, and we're talking about doing stormwater processing on site, and leaving a lot of the undulations helps with that. But there has to be a little bit to get us onto the site, because if you've gone on, it's
pretty steep.
It's steep. It's not a great easy entry for people. But the slopes definitely, there's also places where massive things of concrete have been pulled out, and there's big holes that have to be filled in. So we're going to be doing that. And then,
Right. Yes.
But it's your input too. What's going? Yeah.
Modifications from this meeting, and then putting forward some sort of bid for that.
Yeah.
Bless you.
All right. Council questions?
I'll start since it's my ward, but want to say thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Day one, level of professionalism, level of the engagement, emphasizing, especially particularly the neighbors that are over there. The proof is in the pudding, the fact that hard work and dedication you have done. I've been extremely excited about this project. I'm going to emphasize the playground area, as you know, over there, but thank you for all your teamwork and how this has come along. It's been years since this town has allowed that to be a dumping site, which is totally unacceptable. But this also shows how the town can come together and partner with internal as well as external individuals to make sure that this is done. So continue whatever you need from me in that aspect. Let me know going from there.
Right.
Appreciate it.
And I'll tell you, one of the things that was favorite moments of coming is when one of the high school girls who lives right across the park, and she's like, I was always terrified to walk by this place. Now I feel terrified. And if you look at like the difference, and she and her mom and her dad and her brother have all come out, it's been awesome. So, but if you look at like the difference when you see that corner and then you see the 58th Street corner, it's like, wow, well, this is what a natural area, it's the start of what a natural area, a healthy natural area.
And then also, I know we discussed the hours. I know maybe that's a Galloway discussion, but not leaving it open 24 hours.
Yeah. So, and that's part of the fencing too. In the Aja, who is fabulous to work with, and we've talked about this too of different ways to get a fence that can be closed and locked at night. And I think like the latest design they came up with, which just sounds fabulous, is like having a sliding gate that can be slid into place and then locked. So at night.
Are you talking about a fence that you can see through?
Yeah.
Other aspect of things?
So the design that whoever came up with this, I'm in love with them because they were talking about having brick pillars with wrought iron in between, so it's open, and then the gate would be a wrought iron, fence. And you do have to go. And the other thing that these fences have to be really expensive just because you have to have commercial grade, especially because it's on Landover Road. You can't go with the low gauge metal. It has to be really super, super sturdy. So, but it's going to be visible. Like, again, like Matthew said, we'll probably have some green screen on Landover Road because you want to muffle the sound and it's ugly, right. So there'll be green screen, but it will be so you can still see through because that is a safety issue. And then 57th will be more open.
And the other side, where the residents located, how would that fencing?
The fencing that we talked about would be privacy fencing.
Okay.
Yeah, so it would be solid fencing.
Okay.
At the same time, on the plan, it also has evergreens around the edges of where people live to grow and create that mask as well.
And we can definitely
would kill me if I don't.
Right. Oh no! Oh, I love her too. She's hugged me so many times. She's so happy about it. But we can do like where the one fence. We can do a screen of evergreen trees right away until a fence can go in there. And then if we need to, we move them, because they're not going to be big right away.
And one follow-up is the pedestrians walking along as far as dumping. How would that?
We need garbage cans.
Well, I'm saying, so they still can be able to throw stuff over.
So I will tell you, since we've cleaned it up, it's hardly any.
Really? Wow.
You get litter because it's Landover Road, but it's
when
not
you
that
show
bad.
interest in a space, it really, people understand that
they
it's
get the cues to care.
It's still a concern though.
Yeah, no, we do. And that's something I'm going to talk, Luis and I, and we've talked about location of a couple garbage cans. And I really think, those can go in now, there's a couple spaces we can put them in. Luis and I think I know you and I talked about it one day, but if we get a couple garbage cans in, we're going to see it go down even more. I mean, honestly, I was totally surprised how little littering is going, considering where it is. So.
Right. And one last thing, the aspect, I got to tell you about like anything aspect for a mural or something. That happened?
Well, yeah. So there has been talk of, there was a couple people talking about community art. And when we did the polling out of the concrete and stuff, we did pull aside some of the nicer pieces that could be used into a mini sculpture or something, but we'd have to do an RFP and then get an artist to build something. But one of the options that Matthew put into was for the benches, they're called Leopold benches after what's his name? Leopold.
Somebody, but it's in the page, on the bench page.
But Aldo Leopold, yeah, who's thank you.
Aldo Leopold.
Yeah, and so these are benches that are in a bunch of different nature spaces. And I was talking to Micah about if he has it's commonly a lot of Boy Scouts do them as Eagle Scout projects, is coming up with Leopold benches and then doing like how you have the painted elephant and remember, have like community groups paint them or something. Yeah. So we could incorporate it into a feature that's going to be in the park too already. So and that's low cost. So it's
Councilmember Gallagher.
Yes, first, thank you yet again to this is just amazing. Two things. So I hear you're going to need funding for a fence and then funding for the ADA walkway.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if these are things that we can apply for grants for. Maybe that's something we target because it sounds like these are going to be staged, and so we might have to.
Right. I have an idea for a grant for the ADA accessible, and it's from my former life working at AARP doing livable communities. And they have grants that go up to $100,000, which may cover the access. I mean, we have to get bids on it.
Right.
Unfortunately, the grant is due on March 10th this year, but we could look at it for next year.
Right.
Because we have to get a good figure. Like they don't take a guesstimate.
No.
So, and it has to be a shovel-ready project too, or they won't accept it.
Got it.
So, but if we combined forces, we could I think we'd have a good chance of getting that grant. So,
thank you.
I loved this project, and I really think that in a lot of ways, it's an example of how community can work together and collaborate on something that is really great and solves a problem that exists. So I love that. This is for my fellow council members, I think, which is that some of these plans look pretty similar to the Kilmer Park Arboretum plans, which were plans that we adopted during my first term in 2019 or 2020. And that project lost momentum, but I think I've said a few times that I do want to make sure that we're not sort of abandoning that because it is very much stalled, and that we're putting some of this energy and passion into identifying funding for that project too, because it does a lot of similar things. It's not in any way like the cleanup situation that this was, but it does feel a little like it's been abandoned. And as the representative for Ward 3, I just want to make sure that we're not just abandoning it, that we're going to try to finish it and put in the ADA path and put in the benches and put in the walkways and all the things that we're supposed to. So.
All right, Councilmember Ryan. To that, I will remind every council member that if you want something done in your ward, it is your job to advocate for it. Bring it so that it's on the agenda. Because if not, whoever is the loudest, squeakiest wheel is the one that's going to get the oil. So if there's a concern about whether or not we have our attention on something, make sure you bring it back for the agenda. I see Councilmember Garza's hand raised, and I have an idea of what he may say too, because we've got another project that we're sort of stalling on as well that has to do with the walkway from the path from Cheverly Station Apartments. Councilmember Garza?
To be honest, I mean, Councilmember Briner couldn't have said any better. I just asked all the council members to also remember that there's a pathway that I'm trying to also get built, and I think it's been trying to get built since 2019, way before my term. So just keep that in mind before we go on, and try to give grants and fundings to other projects in which we still haven't even been close to getting funding for the ones that were left in the past. So.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Garces. I will also just say this. We're going into budget season. And we know that we are going to have a very tight budget, as you can see around the country. Funding is being cut from all types of projects. You have to remember that some things might be funded because of where the funding is coming from. We don't want to turn free money away or free assistance. But you also want to keep in mind that some projects have taken too long to get done. And so maybe what we do is sit down and say, how do we prioritize which project goes first? They're all important. They're all going to have support from everybody that's in their ward. And so we just have to figure out how we prioritize that strategically. Councilmember Ryan.
Yeah, and honestly, part of that is also not approving things and making commitments to things that we don't have the funding for identified already. Because I think that was a big part of the problem with the Arboretum, is that we picked a design and everyone was very excited, but there actually wasn't any funding to actually create the plan. So I think that's a good lesson for us moving forward as well.
All right. Anyone else at the table? All right. Anyone in the room? Please step forward, state your name, your ward, and please keep your comments to 3 minutes. Hey.
Hi. Hi, I'm Harold Belcher, a resident of Ward 1, and I just have a quick observation from Matthew. I noticed you have a quercus, an oak tree of unspecified. Yes. I'd like to recommend that you get a willow oak because Cheverly in particular, in Maryland, of course, has an issue with the amber, can I spit it out there, Harold? The borers, and they will kill the trees. That's sudden oak death. So the willow oaks are much more resistant to that sort of thing. So that might be a good thing to consider for your oak tree.
Yep. Thank you for.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for everything you've done.
Yeah, and actually, and another thing, even with the oaks, one thing I'm going to talk to a couple folks about too is like, because there's tree of heaven, which on the site, which have to be taken down, tree of heaven's presence, because of the allelopathic chemicals they release into the ground, negatively affect certain oaks. And so that's another thing we have to look at. So we are trying to look at what's going to succeed. So again, like having oak in place, we may switch to a maple, but we're going to do a keystone species tree is what we know.
Yes. So and definitely meant to, the multiple species meant to indicate what's available in a nursery, because we always are just looking to see what's out there.
Right. And I will say too that we did have trees lined to help keep the cost down, trees lined up to be donated for this project, but because of cuts to federal programs, tree programs are being cut now too. So knock on wood, we can still get I think they promised us 12 trees that we can still get that. So.
Mr. Yeller?
Yeah, it's always been a pleasure working with you. And Matt, thank you as well. This project has been a great project as it relates to town working together and coordination. This has been great. As it relates to other projects and funding for other projects, I meet monthly with the grant team, the finance team, to try to determine where grants are necessary to apply for certain parks, certain aspects of town. So one thing that we're going to go over tonight later on is the Kilmer Street Path. And you'll be able to hear some of the challenges or some of the barriers that we're facing in trying to implement that. But we continue to meet to try to make these pathways and playgrounds accessible for all. So I just wanted to tell you thank you.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a fun project, and you guys should all come out on Saturday. See you later.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, I will call you the lady of the hour. Here at our last meeting, I was shocked to find my electric bill was $1,100. And we've heard from several other residents. I have one resident right up the street that her bill was on auto pay and her light bill was $800. So in speaking with our rep, I'm so thankful that you came in person to kind of share with us what has happened and sort of what we can take advantage of as resources. So please take it away.
All right, thank you so very much. I want to start out by saying thank you so much, the town of Cheverly, for allowing me the opportunity to come and talk with you guys today about the update for Petco in terms of bills and rates. Thank you, Mayor Casey. I want to give a shout out to Gazelle for putting this all together, and we're really excited to be here. As we move into the next slide, what I want to highlight are the things that Petco is doing in our community. Next slide, please. So some of the things that we are doing in our community is that we have over 591,000 electric customers here in the Maryland area, in the Petco territory, that is. Something I think you'll be excited to hear about is that we have provided over $4.3 million that's been donated to nonprofits in the Maryland area since 2023. We've also installed 250 electric charging stations installed in 80 sites in the area. We've got 25,000 customers secured. They have secured more than $22 million in energy assistance in 2023. That's quite significant. That was right around the time of COVID. So it was well needed in our community. We spent $387 million was spent for local and diverse suppliers in 2023. I'd like to highlight as well, over the past 10 years, ongoing investments have driven a 57% decrease in the frequencies of outages in the Petco territory. When I was out in the receiving area earlier, I was sitting with one of your constituents, and she shared that Petco has come a long way in terms of the services we provide and the things that we do, and being sustainable and also reducing outages. So we're very excited about that, and I want to thank you for that comment. As we move to the next slide, I want to talk a little bit about why bills are higher, right? I know that's the question of the day. Received the question from Mayor Casey, and so I wanted to kind of make sure that we cover it and we cover it well, because we want to give you an understanding as what has happened. So it seems that as we move towards climate change, it's real. Climate change is real. And we've had colder than average temperatures and changes in rates and the cost of electricity.
If you can hold 1 second, are our interpreters hearing us?
They're still going. It's just that our monitor.
Okay,
thank you. I'll just keep talking. Sure. And so one of the things I like to share is that there's been a lot of average temperatures and changes in the rates and the cost of electricity that has basically led to the fluctuations in recent electric bills. I'm going to highlight November of 2024. In 2024, we had a very unseasonably warm month. The average temperature was almost 60 degrees. Now let's move forward to December 2024. We had an extremely cold month. The average temperature for the month of December in 2024 was about 40 degrees. Now let's fast forward now to January 2025. This was a very extremely cold month. The average temperature was about 32 degrees. Quite significant. So based on the heating degree days data from the National Weather Service, heating systems had to run about 117% more in December 2024 versus November 2024, and 34% more in January when compared to the month of December. So as you can see, colder months, longer months, which means you had to turn your heat up a little bit because it was colder, which means higher usage.
Can I add something right there? So,
I'm sorry, this is my colleague, Alberto. Thank you for joining me today as well.
so yeah, I just wanted to add about one of the things that we tell the community before in this role in government external affairs, I used to work outdoors with our customers, in customer outreach. And one of the things that, we try to do to educate our customers is to let them know that your heating and air conditioning system, it's like the biggest appliance you have in your home, right? So that really drives, the consumption, right? So one of the things that you always want to look at is, why was there a jump in consumption? And what you're going to notice is when you have these sharp changes in weather, that dictates that there's going to be a lot of consumption, most likely in your heating system or in your cooling system. Now, if you have a system that's not energy efficient, right, those changes are going to be even more dramatic. Right. So that's one of the ways that, we try to educate our customers and let them see, your heating and cooling system are like your biggest appliances. And you want to make sure that those are as efficient as possible because those will make a difference in what you're consuming and then obviously what you're paying.
Okay. Thank you for that. We'll go to the next slide, please. So cost adjustments. So in the beginning of January 2025, there was a cost adjustment that impacted customers' bills. On average, it was about a 5% total bill increase for the month. Of that 5%, 1% was for supply and 4% was the surcharge increase. The main driver for this increase was the Empower Maryland. They had increased their surcharges. We work with programs that is funded by the Empower Maryland, like the low to moderate income programs, like energy assistance, energy efficiency as well. So specifically, it wasn't because of PEPCO, it's because the rates was increased through the Empower Maryland, which was a legislative increase. Next slide, please.
Can I ask you to sort of meet that out and explain that? So you said there was a legislative increase. Can you tell me what does that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean? So I used to work for ICF and I implemented the Empower Maryland program it started in 2008. When you take a look at your bill, both for residential and also for commercial, there is a charge on your bill. And that charge says Empower Maryland. It's at the bottom of every bill. That money goes into a fund. What happened when that program came into play, it asked utility companies to put in place programs to assist customers to help to reduce their energy costs, either through a energy efficiency program. That's where we offer you rebates if you were to install appliances that had an Energy Star rating, or if you were to install lighting, like LED lighting or 2x4s is what we call them in the field, luminaires, we would give you rebates per luminaire. If you were to potentially change out your, let's say your heating system to a more energy efficient one, we would give you rebates to kind of offset that cost. So when we talk about legislative rate changes, that program, the Empower Maryland program, had a charge 0.00241, blah, blah, blah. I can't remember all the numbers, but everyone paid into that fund. If you as a customer did not apply for either of those programs, any of those programs, you kind of didn't get your money back, right? That's how you got your money back that you paid into this fund that everyone pays into. So over time, they had to increase the fund because now there's new measures that's coming into the market, like data centers, like DER, distributed energy. All these are new technologies that's got to be funded because it's going to help to offset the demand. That's what these programs do, kind of offset the demand, the amount of energy that consumers use. So they're trying to find a way to offset it so that they don't have to build any other structures or any other coal plants. Sorry.
If folks were not taking advantage of the programs, which it sounds like they weren't, then shouldn't there still be a pot of money somewhere that people?
And there is.
Yeah.
There is. And we're going to talk about that pot of money.
Okay.
That's right.
So the increase is then to support all of these other things that aren't individual residents. So that's disturbing to me. Who actually increased it? What legislator did that?
So I can answer that.
Okay.
So the Maryland General Assembly passed House Bill 864, which changed the way customers pay for Empower Maryland programs. This leads to a surcharge increase through 2026. After 2026, the surcharge is expected to decrease.
So it kind of sounds like for data centers or other resources that take lots of energy, the cost of that has been put on the backs of regular electric payers. That's what it sounds like. So
the data centers and all that wouldn't apply to the Empower Maryland surcharge. That would be more. That's something completely different. It has to do with the purchase of electricity, which Pepco doesn't do that. That's done through PJM. And that's actually part of that 1% that you saw increase. PJM's latest capacity auction saw prices increase an astounding $466.35 per megawatt day, nearly 16 times higher than the previous years. So what this basically meant is that PJM, they didn't account for the data centers. They didn't account for the AI energy consumption. And so they were forced to purchase additional energy, and unfortunately,
they have passed that on to us.
Yeah, exactly. And so that Pepco has, unfortunately, it's on the Pepco bill, but we don't touch that. It's something that we have no control over.
I can appreciate that. I have more questions though, because I don't know that my residents should be responsible for PJM not knowing what they're supposed to do.
Understood.
So then how do we counterbalance that? Like, other than reaching out to the person who sponsored this bill, how do we make sure that they have now considered all of these other things that cost more energy?
Sure. So the PJM is one issue. The Empower Maryland is completely different. So the Empower Maryland basically it's a fund that everyone in the state of Maryland pays into, right? And that funding goes to pay for different programs that customers can take advantage of. Whether they do or there are some that do, there are some that don't, but it's there for everyone. For example, you can buy discounted light bulbs, like at a Home Depot, at a Lowe's, right? And they'll say Pepco, right? And so that gets funded through Empower Maryland, things of that nature. And so that Empower Maryland surcharge, that the way that they funded it or through that House bill, obviously Pepco had nothing to do with that. And that, unfortunately, that hit, our customers at a very inopportune time.
Right. Do you all have more to present?
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Can we go back one? So I can talk a little bit about what is Pepco doing and what's available to help to offset this rate increase. So there are several things. We have budget billing. What is budget billing? Budget billing is an opportunity for you to apply for, to where we will take a look at your last 12 months of your heating bill. We'll take those 12 months, we'll shake it up, we'll divide it out by 12, and that is the amount that you will pay for 12 months. My bill was $487, and it's just me. And so that meant that I would have to pay $480 to Pepco for that month. So what I did, I immediately applied for their budget billing program. When they did the numbers, looked at my last 12 months, divided it by 12, I only had to pay $108. So I highly recommend constituents to look into budget billing. because it allows you to pay the same amount for 12 months. Now, the key to that is that you continue to utilize the same level of usage if possible so that you can maintain that level. Because sometimes we get a little happy when you're paying $100 a month. Perhaps you may turn up your thermostat and use more heat. When you do, for the second 12 months, we're going to look at the usage. So that means that payment may change. It could go up if you've used more electricity, or it could potentially go down if you've used less electricity. So budget billing is certainly a way, especially if you're on a budget, right? It would allow you to know how much you're paying every month for 12 months until it's reconfigured for the next 12 months.
Yeah, I'd just like to add on that budget billing would have eliminated any of these spikes that our customers would have felt. It is by far the best tool that we can ask our customers to use. In my previous role with the company, I was a customer service rep, and I would educate my customers, especially Latino ones, because they wouldn't have no idea that this existed. But I tell them, if you have budget billing that's offered by any other utility, sign up for it. Because number one, it eliminates any spikes in terms of what you're willing to pay. And two, it allows you to budget your finances accordingly. So if you know that your budget billing amount is, let's say, $120, then I can just put away this $120. Okay, my Pepco bill is paid for, right? So if all of our customers were enrolled in budget billing, none of them would have experienced this issue of a spike in their bill.
Well, they would have had a spike. It just wouldn't have been as painful.
So no, if their budget billing amount was $150, even if their consumption, that bill for that month was $800, they were only paid that $120. The difference is that when it comes to our month, when we do a true up, right, that 1 month where they paid $800, right, that would get averaged over the 12 months. So instead of paying, let's say, $120 going forward, it might be $150, $160 to account for that 1 month where they had that huge spike. So that literally budget billing will eliminate those spikes in bill and avoid bill shock. That's the whole purpose for budget billing.
Prior to now, you all have had budget billing.
Yes, ma'am.
And so your recommendation would be that people take advantage of it.
Absolutely. If I could wave a magic wand, I would make it mandatory for like our customers to use it, because there's no downside to it.
Well,
I've never doubt.
Well, what about just having that feedback of, instead of having, say, having a 1 month feedback of, oh, shoot, yeah, I really need to pay attention to my energy usage, then it would be 12 months later. So there is kind of a moral hazard kind of thing, right?
Well, sure. I mean, one of the things we want is our customers to be educated, right? And so, they have all the tools, with our smart meters. They can see how much they're consuming by month, by week, by day, down to the hour.
Okay.
Right. So, it behooves us to have educated customers, right? But in this case, where you had a very warm November, pretty much no one was using their heat. Right. And then December rolls around. Now everyone's using their heat.
Right.
Right. And so now immediately that's going to be a huge jump in consumption that they're not really realizing until they get the bill.
Right.
Right. And then the bill, you get that sticker shock.
So the idea being using these other tools or the metrics, or sometimes you'll see, not necessarily in the bill itself, but in the educational materials that come out, that you can see, oh, this is how your energy usage has compared. So that way,
correct.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I would be a proponent of even, advertising the budget billing on our actual bills, so that our customers can enroll. But everything that we're doing so far right now in terms of talking points, because we've done like a big push, to let our customers know about what happened, right? We're pushing budget billing. That's at the forefront because it's a free tool, And it used to be a little bit different before. So like if people used to have like a past due balance, we wouldn't allow them to be on budget billing. Right now, anybody can be on budget billing regardless of what their account status is.
Okay. And then the next thing that we have a special payment arrangements. Constituents can talk to us about special arrangements if they are experiencing any type of financial conditions. And then lastly, extended payment date plans. If the main source of the household income is from government, we'll take a look at that. Let us know and we can work out where you can pay your bill, maybe extend that due date out a little bit to kind of make it a little bit more comfortable.
So with the special payment arrangements, that specifically we're allowing our customers to pay their overdue bills back, spread out over 24 months. And so typically when a customer calls in, our customer service representatives try to recoup whatever balance they have over 3 months. If they can't, over 6 months. And then almost like last case scenario, we'll give them up to a year to pay back their past due balance. But obviously with this happening to a lot of our customers, and obviously we know that they're not in control of the weather, we're offering 24 months. Right, to go back and pay back their past due bills. And on top of that, they can enroll in budget billing, right? So they'll know exactly what their bills are going to be for the next 24 months. With regards to extended payment date, this is also a great tool for our elderly, especially if they have Social Security. So, sometimes, the Social Security payment comes in a specific day of the month, but let's say their bill comes in before that. Right. So their bill is due, let's say, on the 2nd of the month, but their Social Security payment comes in on the 3rd or 4th. So what we'll do is we'll call us and say, hey, can you extend my due date to the 8th, 9th, 10th of the month? We'll be happy to do that so that when your payment comes in, you can pay your bills and then pay PEPCO as well without incurring any charges. And by the way, we're not assessing any late charges for January, February, and March bill cycles.
Yes, next slide, please. Understanding your bill. So next slide. So this slide just pretty much shows, it's like a legend to show you what the child charges are and how to read and understand them. It's kind of small. I can't really see it from where I'm sitting at, but it talks about the supply rates. It gives a outline of what that is. It talks about the distribution rate. It gives a overview of what that is. And then it talks about the transmission rates. And then it just kind of gives you a breakdown of what all of these charges are, basically to educate our customers.
Yeah, the big thing you want to focus on here is on number one. So number one, you're going to see you have your meter number. Everyone has a specific meter number. And what you'll see here is the usage, right? You want to make sure it says there's an actual number there. It doesn't say estimated, right? If it says estimated, give us a call. There might be something wrong with your meter. So, we can ping it, recharge it, and then, give you an actual reading. You'll see that this billing cycle is for 35 days. And basically all we do is we take the most recent bill read date, which in this case is January 26th, and we subtract that from the last read date, which was, or vice versa, the December 23rd, the difference being the total usage for that billing period. In this case, 516 kilowatt hours.
All right, next slide, please. And that's what I was just sharing with you guys, the breakdown. Supply rate charges, distribution, and so on. We can go to the next slide.
Actually, yeah. One of the things that I wanted to also just quickly, make mention of is supply charges. A lot of times, our customers call, with very high bills, from 1 month to the next, and they haven't changed like any of their usage patterns. And it's a lot of times because they've signed up with a third-party supplier, right? So third-party suppliers are having an issue for a lot of our customers. There's a lot of predatory marketing that's done to the elderly and Hispanic communities because they're not aware of what they're signing when they sign up with a third-party supplier. Typically, a third-party supplier will come, they'll knock on your door, they'll misrepresent themselves as PEPCO employees. we've even heard cases where they'll show a Pepco badge, but they're not employees of Pepco, right? And then what they'll do is they say, hey, would you like to have a free $50, $100 gift card? Sure. We can show you how you can, save on your bill. Do you have a copy of your bill? Sure. They'll show them a copy of the bill. The third-party supplier will write down their account number. And then the next thing you know, they've been signed over to that third-party supplier without the customer even knowing. And what happens is, they may get a discount for 1 or 2 months, but then, their rates increase, and the rates are variable. They're not fixed. So what'll happen is all of a sudden they'll be charged twice, 3 times, 4 times what Pepco's standard rate is, right? And so they'll call us back and say, what happened? Why am I paying so much? We can go back and look with, yes, you have a third-party supplier, and they won't realize that they signed up. So that's also one of the things that we want to, bring to everyone's attention that may cause a high bill is a third-party supplier.
Can a customer call just to find out if they have a third-party supplier?
And it should be on their bill as well. It's just that sometimes they just don't realize it's on their bill.
What would it be again on the bill? It's
If you go back one slide, one more. There should be a page 3 of the bill. It would be on the 3rd page. I don't know if it's after. Maybe it's after this one.
Next slide, please.
Doesn't show. It would be on your 3rd page. The last page is the supply page. It'll say whether you have standard offer service or if you have a third party.
We also have some a flyer. It's called Scammers. I'll make sure I'll send that to you. I didn't bring any with me tonight. I would suggest that, make sure that seniors get it because that's the target and it tells them what to look for. Basically, when they look at the bill, they take a picture of the bill as well. And they sign the person up and they don't even know it. So we tell them that's not us, that's not Pepco. We will never come to your house and ask to see your bill. We know your bill number. So, all right, next slide, please. Next slide. One more. Oh, wait, that's page 3.
Page 3. So you see where it says supply charges. Right there, you would see if you had a third-party supplier.
Yeah. All right, next slide. All right, so there are other things as well, other measures that we have available, and one of them is energy assistance. If you make anywhere between $62,000 and you have a family of 4, you're considered to be 200% FPL below the poverty line. You can apply and potentially may be able to receive assistance with some of the energy assistance programs. These programs are handled through OHEP, the Office of Home Energy Programs. So I'm sure a lot of you have heard of MEEP in Maryland. It's called LIHEAP in DC. And these are for, we call them income eligible customers. Their income has to be a certain level in order to apply. It's an annual benefit. They have to be 200% of the federal poverty line. And customers can receive about $750 in benefits. The next one is the Electric Universal Service Program, EUSP. This is a low-income program as well. It's an annual benefit. Again, it's income eligible. The customer has to be at the 200 FPL, federal poverty line, in order to apply. They can receive a maximum benefit of up to $575. Also, we have the Arrearage Management Program. This program offers a benefit every 5 years. Customers can receive up to $2,000 towards past due bills. And last, we have the Utility Service Protection Program. Again, this is also a low to moderate income program. It's year-round. It's basically, it requires you to be a participant of budget billing. We want to make sure we get you back on track by paying a small amount so we can pay off your your other balances as well. This program spreads out over 12 months. Sure.
Just want to comment on that. I work in community schools and we deal with systems regarding energy. So it's very much impactful for a lot of scholars as well as their family members. So very work with the Department of Social Services. So this is something that helping a lot of folks out.
And if you know of any customers that have like an extremely high bill, like in the thousands, obviously we recommend the Year's Retirement Assistance Program. That's something that we can do every 5 years, but it's those special cases where you have a customer that for whatever reason their bills are in the thousands.
Sure, Councilmember Dowd. Yeah.
Yeah, I also see that it's eligibility is for the MEEP is less than 60% of state median income, which for Maryland is pretty. It comes out to about the same anyway. Never mind.
Okay. I used to work for the energy assistance team before I came on board with governmental affairs. Did that for about 3 years. I was the intermediary between the Department of Energy and OHEP with our customers, making sure that all of the money all of the money for the program could certainly apply to their accounts immediately, because we know that when customers apply for these programs, they're in crisis. So we want to make sure we process those as quickly as possible while working through the organizations like we have. Next slide, please.
If you already paid your bill that was in the thousands, can you still get the ARA program? Do they give you a reimbursement?
Hey, can you repeat that question again?
You said that was specifically for someone whose bill is in the thousands.
Right. So someone that's had like a past due bill that's run into the thousands.
It has to be past due.
Yes. Yes.
And usually the past due is about $300, minimum $300. So it doesn't have to be up in the thousands, but 300 is right. That's where it starts. Anywhere from 300 up. Next slide, please. Now we're really excited about this too. I'm sorry, can you go back one more? I'm sorry. So we're really excited about this too. This is the Energy Assistance Finder. You can find it in my account, which is online. What you do basically, it's a plug and chug system is what I call it. You put in your account number, you put in your name. It asks you questions about your income, where you live, what type of assistance that you may be interested in. And what it does at the end, when you hit submit, it provides you a list of programs that is specific to you based on your answers. So customers can utilize that to help guide them through the process of applying for assistance. It gives them a personalized list of programs they can apply to online, and they can start that process right online. When they hit submit, information is submitted, and someone will call them, and an application will be, I believe that our team sends the information to the DOE and to OHEP, letting them know that customer is interested, and that starts the process. They would have to go in and put in the application and all the paperwork, upload their verification, their
et cetera.
Yeah. In terms of how much they made, in terms of their lease, that kind of information has to be submitted. And it all needs to be submitted all at once, because if not, it won't process through the system. That's important. All the information needs to be submitted all at once. If not, it gets stuck in a bottleneck. I tell customers that. That's important. That's critical. Next slide, please. This tool is great. It just came out maybe, I think about 6 months ago, maybe a year to 6 months ago in our territory. So we're really, really excited about that. So now we're going to talk a little bit about the PEPCO Energy Assistance Programs. So PEPCO does offer, they call it QHAC, where we have audits that will come out and do an audit in your home. There's one that is no cost, and they tell you, things that you can do to help to make your home energy efficient. And then there's one that costs about $100. It's a little bit more thorough. They take a look at your mechanical systems, your thermostats, your water heater, and it gives you a plan in terms of things you can do that can help to offset the cost of energy in your house. And then it partners up with the Energy Star, which all the equipment that's going to be installed is going to be Energy Star rated.
And Ronnie, correct me if I'm wrong, but these are this is an example of a couple of the programs that Empower Maryland funds.
That's right.
So these two programs are paid for through Empower Maryland. So when we say that customers don't take advantage of it, so any customer can call us and request a quick home energy checkup, right? Where we'll send someone, to their home to perform this checkup and let them know, something, you have a draft coming under here, or there's something happening over there, right? That's free of charge, but it's free of charge because, everyone is paid into it, right? So these are two examples of the Empower Maryland.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And with the second program, the home performance, that one is the one that costs $100. It's a lot more thorough. I just had that done in my house a week ago. And they climb up into the attic to make sure there's enough insulation there. They go into the basement. They look at the settings on my water heater to make sure it was low so that, my water heater won't be, heating water all day at a high temperature. If you bring it down, that means you're using less energy. These are ways that energy can be saved, which means that it's going to save you money. You got a question?
No, I haven't done the whole house diagnostic, but I did want to say that we got a heat pump water heater recently because our water heater was really old and it was kind of expensive, but with all the rebates that were offered through this program, we basically got it for free because the rebates were so high that it basically paid for the hot water heater, which is also saving us money on our bill because it's not using as much energy. So there's definitely lots of money out there if you know where to find it.
Well, that's what Petco is trying to do a better job. We're more than just energy. We understand that it's important that we educate our customers about all of the great things that we have available and that's available to the customers to help to offset their bill. That's why we're here tonight. We want to make sure that we get the word out. And so we're excited to be here and to be able to share that information. Next slide, please. And these are just some additional programs. They have a moderate income for folks who own their home. There's a program for them as well. My SMEs, my subject matter experts are not here tonight, but if you have questions about these programs, I think that everybody's going to get a copy of this. You can certainly give us a call and they can explain that program. Again, more rebates, more updates in your home to offset the cost of energy usage in your home. And then there's also a new program they were talking about, which is a behavior-based program. They kind of walk you through things you can do at home to help to save energy, like unplugging cords, turning off your lights when you walk out of a room, turning down the temperature of your water heater in your home, perhaps setting your thermostat at 68 degrees. Those things will help the efficiency of your equipment, but also it doesn't use as much electricity, which means that means a lower utility bill.
Yeah, one of the things that unfortunately we didn't put on here is called the Energy Wise Rewards Program. That's an excellent program that we have where we provide a smart thermostat for free to our customers, and basically what that does is it allows Petco on a day where we feel that the energy consumption is going to be so hard that it may cause blackouts. What we'll do is we'll send a notification to our customers, letting them know, hey, tomorrow is going to be like a home energy wise day, right? And then what will happen is, depending on the type of program that you sign up for in the Energy Wise Rewards program, then you'll basically take control of your thermostat. And so your AC will run, let's say, 80% of capacity, or 60, 75% capacity, 50% capacity, or you'll just have the fan running, right? And so what this will do is, number one, it stops the consumption of electricity. So you're going to have obviously a lower bill, but it also provides you with a rebate. So it's I believe it's from $8 to $12 a month that you get a credit on your account for 5 months. And like I said, the benefit is you get a free smart thermostat, right? So that's also a great tool. And the good thing is, let's say you have something planned the next day, or when you get the notification, you can say you can opt out of it, and you're allowed to opt out of it once every month. And since I can recollect, we've never had a month where we've had more than one of these energy days that we've had to take control over somebody's thermostat. So that's also a really good tool, and we pay the customers a credit on their account. That's called the Energy Wise Rewards.
All right, next slide. I think this might be our last slide. Yes, so that's information in terms of numbers you can call at the bottom there when you want more information about the different programs that we offer. Yeah, do you have any questions?
So just one more thing, I'm sorry. So these are the things that PEPCO has implemented immediately to protect, our customers during these cold winter months. We've extended, as we said before, our payment arrangements up to 24 months. We've suspended collections and disconnects through March. That was just, announced a couple of days ago. We've paused any late payment charges from January through March, and we're waiving any deposits for reconnection.
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
You just announced that you're suspending March. Will you give a couple months? You say you just announced it. Did you announce that this month?
Yes.
That's basically a month.
Right. So from January, so the Q1 of 2025,
right.
There's no disconnects.
Right. I'm saying that if it was just announced this month, then people in January who was trying to scramble to pay for it, they didn't know that they could wait till March. So this is
yes, but you're going to run into the issue. You're going to run into the issue of your bills are still accruing, right? Right. And so then what happens is then you might have now you're going to have 4 months, and you're digging yourself a deeper hole, right? So one of the things that we always recommend our customers, even though they're experiencing financial hardship, is to make any type of payment to PEPCO. If you can make even if it's a $10 payment, send $10 in. Why does that matter? Because in the future, if you call PEPCO and you need to make a payment arrangement, the first thing that a customer service representative does is they look at your payment history, right? And if they see, okay, well, yeah, I see that you haven't paid obviously, your entire bill, but you paid us every month. We're going to go the extra mile and help you out.
You just also suggesting if anyone's affected by the federal layoffs, I think there might be a program, particularly in the DMV area, that you all might look into as well. Right?
Yes, that's a great point. When we had the federal shutdown a few years ago, we actually partnered with I think it was like World Kitchen with this famous chef Jose Andres. Yeah. So I was down. We're giving out like it was like a food pantry basically. And yes, and we did extend these favorable credit collections. We paused those things. Yeah, we'll definitely look at that.
And I'm going to add a little bit more value to in terms of your payment. It's important that if any customer is in a hardship or in a crisis, call us immediately. That's what we call us. Don't wait. Call us right away. So therefore we can be proactive together to put a plan in place. Because if not, that means that you're still accruing, which means it's going to be your options might change in terms of what might be available immediately versus further down the line. So please communicate, tell your constituents to call us immediately if they find themselves in any type of hardship situation. They can also call our customer service immediately.
Okay. I have more questions for clarification. We are at 10 o'clock though. And so we are we have rules for our meeting that don't allow us to go past 3 hours, so that we don't lose our mind. I would need a motion to extend our meeting time. I would probably say another half hour, 45 minutes.
Motion to extend the meeting times limit to 11:30.
All right, we got an hour and a half. Look at you. All right. Is motion seconded? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
One.
All right, the ayes have it. Thank you. I will try to keep my questions, but I just want to make sure I actually understand this for the regular, everyday layperson. It doesn't sound like Empower Maryland is the reason why I have an $1,100 phone bill. Not phone bill, excuse me, electric bill. It sounds like the reason why I have a high bill and some of my residents have phone bills that are in the 800s and 900s is because we are paying 463% more than what we normally would for our electric.
No.
Okay, please clarify that.
So the reason why you're paying more is because you consumed more, right? So once again, if in November, when you had a very warm month, there's a very good chance that you didn't use your heating system. Okay, so your consumption for November would be very low compared to December. December temperatures drop, and now your heating system is working full time, right? So now that you're going to have a spike in your consumption. Spike in consumption equals spike in bill. So Pepco only bills you for what you consume. You consume more, you get billed more. You consume less, you get billed less.
If I compare my December 2024 bill to my December 2023 bill, and the consumption is the same, but the difference is $800, then what is the problem?
The problem is that you should compare it also to your November 2024 bill.
So you all charge based on the difference from month to month. If you aren't using it before, then there's an extra amount that's being charged for using more?
No, we charge every month independently by what you consume. That's why when we looked at that second page of the bill that showed your meter readings, so you can see what you consumed the month before, right, in terms of kilowatt hours versus how much your latest reading was. And the difference between those two readings is what you're being charged for. Now, if that difference is a lot higher one particular month versus another, like unfortunately, our responsibility ends at the meter. We don't know what's happening. We don't know what your consumption is, right? I'll give you an example. The funniest calls I ever had when I was working in customer service was I got a call from a gentleman from El Salvador, and he was extremely upset because he was saying that Pepco had robbed him. And I was like, okay, sir, what happened? Like, well, I left, June 1st to El Salvador, and I came back July 1st, and my bill is the exact same as it was before I went on vacation. How are you telling me that I consumed the same amount the month before when I haven't been in the country for this entire month? And so as he was talking, I went and I pulled up his meter so I could see his usage. And I said, okay, yeah, I see. Did you leave on such and such a day? He's like, yes. Okay, I can tell because your daily consumption, let's say, was 50 kilowatt hours per day. The next day I see it's like 3. So that was, let's say, a Monday, a Tuesday, 3, a Wednesday, 3, a Thursday, 3, Friday, 30, Saturday, 40, Sunday, 40. So I looked at the next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, no consumption. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, huge consumption. So I said, sir, did you go with your entire family to El Salvador? He says, yes, everyone. Like, okay. And no one has access to your home? Like, no one. Well, my 21-year-old son, he has access. I was like, well, I can tell you that there was consumption. Someone was consuming electricity every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in your home. And then I hear him call in Spanish in the background. Hey, were you here? You were. Sorry, thank you, bye. Right. So while we don't know, what or how it's being consumed, we know that there is consumption, right? And so the assumption for what happened in these months is that there was really no consumption in terms of your heating system, which is like your largest appliance, your biggest consumer of electricity. And then December, there's a lot of consumption. In January, even more consumption, right? So that explains the spike in usage, which equates to spike in your bill.
Is there some other variable that can be missing? Because I'll tell you this, I'm never going to be cold. I refuse. I've been through too much in life to be freezing.
Understood.
So I could tell you that my consumption would have increased if I was cold, because I'm not going to be cold. But I have residents who keep their thermostat at 65 and they don't touch it. Why would their bill be higher?
So so you can keep your thermostat at 65, and in November, it wouldn't consume any electricity because the temperature didn't reach that level. Well, in December, if the temperature's down at 40 degrees, then it's going to heat up the house until it hits 65, right? That's the reason why.
I want you to explain that out for people who will be watching it. It takes extra work for it to get to the 65.
Correct. So basically, it's your heating system will only run once the temperature reaches, a specific degree. Okay. And if the temperature in December was 40 degrees, then your heating system kicks on and it begins to consume electricity to warm up your entire house. And plus it has to maintain that temperature throughout your house at that temperature. And if it's colder the next month, it has to work even harder to make sure that it stays at that 60 or 65 degrees. That's the reason.
Councilor Dalker.
Okay, so average temperatures have been climbing. We didn't always used to have Novembers where the average temperature was, you had it in the 60s, it was in the 60s.
Yeah.
We didn't used to do that. Cold weather in the winter used to be a standard thing.
Mm-hmm.
Did people pay $800 bills back when okay, we're not going back 20 years, but the idea being that even within the past 3 or 4 years, just it just seems that if a person's usage is consistent, or the person's usage is consistent, if the weather has been cold in past years, why all of a sudden this year would it be worse?
So typically you see spikes when the seasons change. Right. Normally not as drastic as what we saw, this particular winter.
Right.
But also this was the coldest winter that we've had in 10 years.
Okay.
Right. So I don't know if that's on the slide or not. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. No, it's not on this one. I know we had it on one of our presentations, but this has been the coldest winter that we've had in 10 years.
Right.
I think BG mentioned the same fact when they were in front of the Baltimore City Council as well.
Okay.
That's and to be honest, the rates are different, this year than they were, 5 years ago, 10 years ago.
Right.
Not drastically different, but
enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, does anyone else have questions at the table or comments? All right, and thank you for your patience. I've actually posted that we were having this segment, so I'm sharing this part of our meeting with other people that won't be here. So I wanted to be like on a 6th grade level.
No, we completely understand, and that's why we want to be here. We want to stand in front of the community. We want to answer the questions. We want to be as transparent as possible. Listen, we all have families, right? And so whenever we can help, we'll do our best and help.
Okay. Now, is there any comments or questions around the room? All right, please state your name, your ward, and limit your comment to 3 minutes. You have to come to the mic.
Let's see here. I want to pick up where, actually, Joe, where you left off. So I came in just a couple minutes after you started, so I'm not sure that you've covered this. Asking for PEPCO. So since 2020, the distribution charges for PEPCO have increased by 33%. So that's something, it hasn't increased by a little over 5 years. It's increased significantly over 5 years. So that is something to know. And all the information that I'm giving is available online at the Office of People's Counsel for the state of Maryland in response to the query, why is my PEPCO bill so high? So you can go into there and take a look at this. Also, the idea of the supply charges. The supply charges appear to have not increased significantly since last year. But there is also, and I would be curious to see if this has taken effect, because we're talking about a perfect storm. So there is also the idea that over this time, additional increase in electric supply cost is coming because of major increases in market prices for generation. And so that's a 10% increase for PEPCO, which is an increase in $14 on an average amount of bill, I think of 900 kilowatt hours, I believe, is what they're using as a measure. So that is another. So you have 14 there. You have the Empower Maryland that per 900 kilowatt hours is increasing only a couple of dollars per that amount. So Empower Maryland is not the culprit here, but 33% increase in your distribution charges, the $14 at least increase there, coupled with the idea of what you exactly said, that all of that is coming at the same time where there's an increased usage because it's been the coldest winter in 10 years. So, but I think there's a little more truth telling that needs to happen about distribution charges and supply charges increases.
So we thank you for your question and your comments. So we did address the first part with the PJM and how PJM didn't account for the increase in capacity that they were looking for with regards to the what do you call these, the data centers, right? Yeah. So that is completely out of PEPCO's control. That generated a 400 or something percent increase that every customer across the state of Maryland is going to unfortunately feel. I believe the Public Service Commission is, or I don't want to say, I believe the state of Maryland is trying to introduce some sort of legislation to freeze it. But I don't, that obviously that's out of our hands. With regards to the increases in our distribution rates, our rates are approved by the Public Service Commission, right? So, when we have customers that say, why have your rates increased? So every time that we go to ask for a rate increase, we have to go and ask for that in front of the Public Service Commission. And the way that works is we go in front of the Public Service Commission and we say, hey, these are the list of programs and projects that PEPCO we want to do to ensure that that you continue to receive reliable electricity, right? So these are capital improvement projects. And, we're not talking about hundreds of thousands, we're talking about, in the tens of millions, right? And so we'll list out, let's say 30 projects, right? And then what the Public Service Commission does is they'll come in and say, well, you know what? We don't think that this is really necessary, and they'll swipe that out and they'll remove it. So it's a line by line decision that the Public Service Commission comes in, and then they tell PEPCO, okay, we're not approving you for this much of an increase. We're approving X amount of increase. So, I hope it doesn't sound like a cop out, but, PEPCO doesn't set the rates. The Public Service Commission sets the rates.
Sit down, okay. Okay, good evening, Joyce Jones, Ward 2. So just so you know, as a resident, I'm timed, so I'm going to ask you, make some comments and ask several questions without waiting for an answer because I can't wait. Okay, first of all, thanks for coming. Thanks for the great information. So I know there in PG County, there are a lot of older apartment complexes with utilities included. What is PEPCO doing to work with property owners to upgrade these sorts of inefficient systems? At the very least, educational program. So tenants understand just because they don't have an individual bill, their energy use can ultimately affect our bills and their rate and their rent ultimately. So you gave a lot of information tonight, and I'm trying to get maybe if you gave this, I'm sorry if I missed it, but what would you say was like an average increase of a residential bill over a certain time period, let's say 5 years or whatever? Also, for that same time period, what was the increase in the executive compensation for PEPCO, Exelon Corporation? And also, for that same time period, what is the increase of the ratio between Exelon CEO and the employee pay? My understanding is the executive compensation is vastly outstripping by leaps and bounds the average employee compensation. And what steps, if any, I didn't understand that. What steps, if any, is PEPCO doing to link executive compensation and decarbonization? Because as we all know, regardless of what some political people say, the climate emergency is real, and we all need to be aware of it and see what we can do to help. So thank you so much in advance for anything you can shed on those questions. Thanks.
First of all, thank you for the question. Sure. I'll start with the first one, which I think is the easiest one. So when you have properties that have the utilities included, what we'll do, and I've done this personally, is we'll go to those locations that will have us, and we'll talk about conservation, right? And the reason why we want to push conservation is because what we can say is, if you conserve electricity, if everyone conserves electricity, then that means that your landlord is going to pay less, which means that there's a good chance that you can make an argument for your rent to not be increased the next year, right? Because one of the biggest drivers that landlords use to increase rent is they'll say, "Oh, you're using a lot of energy. Oh, your consumption is too much," right? So you can actually, make the case that, hey, we're all conserving electricity, so you're not paying as much, so you don't.
How robust is that back and forth? I mean, how many are you actually going to them? Is it an annual basis, whatever? I mean, how robust is that?
So, I don't work in that department anymore, but when I did work in that department, we would go, and at that time I was working for PEPCO DC, we would go to wherever we were asked to go, right? We'd have to have permission. Right. So typically it might be like a homeowners association that would reach out to us, and then we would go out and we would have all of our material prepared. But that was the big driver. Right. We would also push for the energy wise rewards, the smart thermostats. Right. We would make a push for that and see if they could work with Empower Maryland to see if they can have all of their residents have those smart thermostats as well. So those are the things that we would do. With regards to the average increase, that's hard to say because everyone's usage is different, right? You can have a neighbor that has, let's say Ronnie and I, we're next door neighbors, and our townhouses are exactly the same. I have a wife and 3 kids. Ronnie has, herself and her pets, and so, you can't make that comparison.
I understand, but if you look at your individual consumption versus now, I mean, it's still a number.
Sure.
I understand it varies.
Right. So it would depend, like I said, it would depend on what our consumption is, right? And maybe 5 years ago,
PEPCO have that as a number they can give us. Is what I'm asking.
No, because there's too many variables. Because even if you had the same customer, so 5 years ago, I didn't know as much about conserving electricity as I do now, right? So it wouldn't be a fair assessment. Then I think you mentioned the increase in executive compensations. That I do not know. I wouldn't even know which type of executives you're asking for. Are you asking for Exelon? Are you asking for Pepco Holdings? I don't know. And I don't know if that's publicly available. If it is, then maybe we can get back to you. If it's not, I don't want to be sending the email asking for that information.
It might be available in the annual report. We do an annual report every year. So there could be some information related to that in the annual report.
I want to say, obviously, I'm not expecting you have these numbers.
Excuse me, we have to have order in the meeting. With the back and forth, you're not on the microphone, so they can't see your interpretation.
Right. And then there was the question with regards to the executive versus employee compensation. What I can tell you is at Exelon, as you move up in the grades, as you move up in the levels, compensation moves up, increases as well, right? So when I get promoted, my bonuses, my percentage bonus increases, and I would assume that would happen as well with our executives because we want to attract, the best executives possible. So that would be my answer. With regards to climate goals, I think Pepco has an extremely strong record with regards to helping Maryland achieve its climate goals. Climate readiness is at the forefront of what we do literally every day, from electrifying our fleet. We're looking to have 100% electric fleets by, if I'm not mistaken, 20. I can't say if it's 35 or 45. It's one of those two. I'm sorry, I'd have to go back and check. But we put our money where our mouth is with regards to green energy. Whenever our CEOs come and speak to us, that there's always talk about our commitment to the environment and to clean energy.
All right. Is there anyone else in the room? All right. Anyone else at the table? Any last comments or questions? Councilmember Frye?
One last comment. In regards to the data centers and PJM, I want it to be noted that it's not just Maryland that bears the cost of the data centers, and it's not data centers in Maryland that are giving these costs. It's the 13 states that all buy into the PJM. So while Data Center Alley or Row or whatever they call it out in Virginia, they're getting all of the benefits of that revenue and lowering their property taxes, we are actually paying for their data centers too. So, and any of the 13 states that might have data centers. So that's where we all pay for them already.
I drive by that energy, that alley every single day. And it's incredible how much electricity is being used. There's literally data center, substation, data center, substation. On the other side of Route 28, it's the same thing. Data center, substation. And that's literally right next to Dulles Airport.
Yeah, and those data centers aren't being required to build out their own little microgrid, even if they might need it. So they're just going into the system that we're all buying into. And so then we're all bearing that cost.
But they are planning to in Virginia.
Okay.
Yes, they are planning to.
And so to add a more value to your comment and to your comment as well in terms of PJM, what happens is the PJM buys energy for 13 states. For example, they go to the PJM, we want to buy X number of kilowatts for $500, right? Then we take that, and that's what we have a calculation, that's what we expect to roll out to our customers. What's happened is that $500 per se was for 1 year for the X number of kilowatt hours. When you have data centers coming on board, they're using more than that $500 worth of kWh. So now we have to get more energy because we're purchasing it from them. So they're like, oh, we wasn't expecting that because we gave you a deal because you bought it at that time. So now the cost is going to be exponentially high. So that's where the difference is. Now it's exponentially high when we could charge you, let's say 13, I think it's 18 cents per kilowatt hour right now, I believe. 11, okay. So now it's going to be higher. So that's kind of where the disconnect is, because there's such a demand. That means that more electricity is needed to continue to act so that our customers can continue to use their energy at that same level. And now we've got a bigger demand. So there's a cost that's going to be charged for that because it's more than what they had expected to pay. Does that make sense?
It makes absolute sense. What doesn't make any sense is where's the offset for the people that aren't demanding more? If Virginia is demanding more, make Virginia pay more, not Maryland.
I understand. Yeah.
And
They're trying to
sounds like you don't have an answer. Yeah. All right.
We don't have an answer for that.
Whole other conversation.
There's a whole other conversation. I think they're looking into that.
Yeah.
I don't think any answers have been reached as of yet.
I think at this point, they're just trying to stop the bleeding, and stopping the future rates from affecting our customers. So I believe in June is when these hikes are expected to hit, because they're done in 6-month increments, right? So December would be January of next year would be the next time these PJM amounts would hit our customers. And I think for the January ones, they're stopping it. They're trying to hold it. I don't, it's not a PEPCO conversation, unfortunately, right? But it's something to begin to read up on.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate you coming out and explaining this to our residents so that we better know how to get resources to them and information. So thank you. We'll be in touch.
Yes.
And also have some pamphlets to leave behind. Same kind of information that I left at right. PJ.
Well, thank you for having us.
Thank
you very much.
You're welcome.
Have a good evening.
We enjoyed your questions.
Thank you.
All right, you don't have to stay unless you want to. We'll be here a while.
Thank you so much. It was great. Great meeting you all.
Yeah. Works to come.
All right. WSSC.
By the way, these are the most comfortable chairs you ever sat in. They're right.
Good
Madam
evening.
Mayor. I hear two different people.
Is it okay if I go, Steve, or did you?
Yes, go ahead.
something you wanted to say?
Yeah,
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, Town of Cheverly, and WSSC Board of Staff. My name is Nadir Al-Salam, and I am the Pipeline Construction Division Manager for WSSC Borders Engineering and Construction Department. I'm going to proceed by providing an introduction and some background information on Task Order 201, along with describing deficiencies and remedies associated with Task Order 201. Next, Mark Jasewski, a Construction Management Section Manager within the Pipeline Construction Division, will cover Task Order 201 boring locations and verification. Then Abaya Dunn Ola, a Pipeline Design Division Project Manager, will provide an overview of the Town of Cheverly's forthcoming water main replacement projects. Finally, we will answer any questions that the Town of Cheverly may have. The Town of Cheverly raised concerns surrounding trenches with 13 temporary and 41 permanent roadway patches related to Task Order 201, a sewer rehabilitation project. In response, we investigated compaction reports from the contractor Spinello, which were found to be missing or incomplete. Additionally, reports submitted by Spinello failed to be WSSC Water Specification 2315. earthwork for pipeline construction, or Prince George's County requirements. WSSC Water and the town of Cheverly are working closely together to determine if compaction meets specifications by having a third-party geotechnical engineering firm perform borings and density tests at 7 locations. In our commitment to continuous improvement, customer safety, and excellence on all construction projects, we review and enhance specification 2315, are creating accountability protocols and conducting training opportunities for staff, developed a new internal operating procedure, and are working with DPW&T and DPI to update their standard details 300.18 and 300.19. Task order 201 background information is as follows. Carlos, can you bring up? Okay, thanks. Okay. Task order 201 background information is as follows. Work completed. Replace and rehabilitated 2.44 miles of sewer pipes, 95 manholes, and 1.04 miles of individual sewer laterals. Work remaining. Installation of cleanouts and approximately 1 mile of individual sewer laterals remain to be rehabilitated. Final roadway paving and striping and landscaping restoration remain to be conducted. Estimated completion date is to be determined based on third-party geotechnical engineering firm investigation findings. Task order 201 deficiencies identified were based on specification confusion. There was uncertainty about which specifications to utilize because WSSC water specs refer to jurisdictional requirements. Documentation issues. Compaction reports were not submitted per requirement specification 2315. And oversight gaps. WSSC water compaction oversight team was not actively engaged to provide quality assurance compaction testing. Task order 201 remedies implemented consist of the following. Training and specification updates. We conducted training for all pipeline construction division staff on current compaction requirements. We review and revise specification 2315 to clarify WSSC water specifications are to be followed, as they are more stringent than jurisdictional requirements. The town of Cheverly provided comments on revised specification 2315 in a meeting with WSSC water to respond is forthcoming. Enhanced oversight and compliance. Pipeline Construction Division depot section managers must post weekly construction activity schedules every Monday morning to ensure full coverage by WSSC water compaction inspectors. Updated compaction oversight program policy to address modern challenges and redistributed as a new internal operating procedure. Rework supervision, which means any compaction failures requiring rework must be supervised by WSSC water compaction inspector. Contractor compliance, which involves vendor outreach meetings and pre-construction meetings that now cover project compliance with revised and enhanced specification 2315, including contractor responsibilities. And policy and accountability measures. General condition 10.3 was revised by the Engineering Construction Department in collaboration with the General Counsel Office. A second round of training is planned to reinforce the revised and enhanced specification 2315. Enforcement of contract documents into operating procedure is being developed to hold pipeline construction division staff accountable for enforcing its specifications. Collaboration with Prince George's County to update standard details 300.18 and 300.19 regarding compaction requirements is ongoing. I will now turn the platform over to Mark Jasuski.
Okay, good evening, everybody. My name is Mark Jasuski. I'm a professional engineer. I work for Nadir. I'm also the program manager for the compaction oversight program for the pipeline construction division. Given the issues that we're facing with the Task 201 project, our contractor has decided to hire a third-party professional geotechnical engineering firm by the name of Hillis Carnes. And with coordination with Steve Brayman, 7 test locations were determined that have known areas of settlement and potentially poor compaction. for the borings to be taken and analyzed. It's the intent of this third-party professional investigation to determine if proper compaction was performed at these locations. This is just a sampling of the larger portion of work that was performed under Task 201, but it's the intent to receive the analysis of the data and a report drawing conclusions from that data from Hillis Carnes and present it to Steve Brayman for analysis and further discussion to resolve these issues going forward. I'm on the call until this portion is finished. If anybody has any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them. I'm sorry if you can't see me either. I don't know how to turn on my camera. I don't see any button on the screen to do so.
Okay, well, regardless of whether we see you, thank you for being here. I apologize for the meeting being as late as it is, but we have a jam-packed agenda, so we thank you for your patience. I have a question based on what you just said. Are you all under the impression that the compaction was poorly done because of capacity and training issues?
So we feel that staff not being properly trained contribute to the issue of the compaction not being done correctly. But we're not saying that's the primary reason, but that contributed to the problem.
Did anyone else have questions or comments at the table? Councilmember Bryan.
I have a comment, which is just to thank again Mr. Brayman for his diligence in this. Task Order 201 is almost entirely within Ward 3. And actually the first day, or even before the first day of my term, we dealt with the sinkholes on Inwood Street. So I'm glad to see that there are 2 Inwood Street locations that are part of the sampling. And I'm not an expert, but it sounds like there are a number of remedies being implemented, and I think they would not be being implemented if it were not for our staff being pretty dogged about these issues. And so I just wanted to say again, thank you so much, Mr. Brayman and your staff, for making sure that this is done right, because I think it's not just about whether the compaction was done right, but also the lack of accountability and oversight from WSSC for the subcontractor. So it sounds like there's multiple layers being addressed, which is definitely needed. So thanks, Mr. Brayman.
Councilmember Frank.
And I don't know if you went over this already, so I apologize if you did, but considering that we assume that the lack of training may have contributed to this, are we going back over every single thing that Spinello has done in this town? And making sure, because that is a huge concern for me, because it's not just these areas that have been located here, but I think we've all seen that. Currently, I know we had some sort of water issue right in front of kind of Kilmer Park where that little speed bump is. And every day, the part that's been compacted sinks deeper and deeper into the ground. And so it becomes a more treacherous road to drive over. So I'm hoping that also will get fixed sometime soon, because I'm sorry, not speed bump, but speed hump. Used to be, a nice speed hump, and now it's just a bumpy bump, and it's not good, and it keeps just going deeper and deeper into the ground. So that's my question. All the other spots that Spinello has been throughout town, are we looking at those things?
That's a Mr. Brayman question.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
But I'll let Mr. Brayman elaborate.
I'll let Mark Jazeski step in as well to add to this, but these 7 tests, I'm glad that they allowed us to collaborate with them on picking them, and you can see that you all are aware of some of these areas of sinkage. I would view this as the initial tests. There is some discussion, but the initial tests to at least understand these sections. There's a need to understand what the base backfill was in its classification, as well as doing these compactions. I believe from this, as well as Hillis Carnes, and Hillis Carnes is actually our third-party inspector on the Ely building. Hillis Carnes is also looking at the job as a whole, as to every trench being sampled at this point has not been clarified. We may find from these results that is the path forward. We may find from these results that some additional testing may show that some trenches are within standard and some trenches are not. So I view this as a good and acceptable first step for us to bring back these results and collaborate and get a better understanding as to are these representative or not across all the trenches. But Mr. Jazuski has indicated, in our discussions that there are 52 trenches and can we extrapolate, or maybe I don't want to be speaking for him, but can we extrapolate this data across the entirety of the project?
Yeah,
Mark, maybe you could help me with that.
I would just add, so if the test results come back with very positive results, it may not be fruitful or worthwhile to explore the other 52 trenches. If they all come back with negative results, poor materials, poor compaction, or whatever the case might be, you probably would want to explore the other areas further. At some point, is it going to be practical to test all 52 locations? Probably not. If we do 7 samples and they're all negative results, and we do 7 more and those are negative, the contractor is probably going to come to some sort of agreement with WSC to proceed in correcting the situation for the entire community, because I just don't see anybody testing 52 trenches on separate occasion unless they're willing to pay for it. Then that would be great for the town and for WSC. But at some point, it might be considered an unnecessary expense. If the soils are continuously shown to be unsuitable for backfill, then the contractor is just going to have to take the responsibility and go back and rework the areas that were inadequate.
Can I just say I'm not comfortable with them coming back? Are you bringing us contractors who've now been better trained and have better equipment and better materials and all of that as well?
The only thing I can speak to that is, as the director of the oversight team, one of the reasons we weren't on this project initially was because we were never notified that this work was even happening. And WSC could have 30 or 40 projects going on any given day. And we have a process that allows us to put our inspectors out for random spot checks. This project, unfortunately, never got on our daily schedule, so we never sent an inspector out. I've already made a commitment to Steve and the town of Cheverly that if any rework is to be done by any contractor, we will have a nuclear gauge compaction inspector there to do simultaneous tests along with the tests that Spinello or any other contractor would be required to do with any rework and re-excavation. So the nuclear gauge doesn't lie. If we have adequate materials and we're getting 95% compaction, that's as good as it gets. So the problem was the contractor didn't follow the specifications, and there may have been some confusion as to which specifications he was obligated to follow, whether it be the county specs or the WCC specs. But all those issues having been resolved, I don't necessarily see it being a problem that Spinello redoes the work, especially under our supervision this time. So if that's a serious issue, that would be something you'd have to take up with our chief engineer, Iad, and the discussions about how we proceed going forward. And I'm sure Steve would have a seat at that table, as well as others possibly.
Councilmember Brennan?
Go ahead.
Anyone else at the table? Around the room? All right, please state your name, your ward, keep your comments to 3 minutes.
I don't know that you're indicating.
Your hand's raised, yes.
So the work that was done on Bellevue Avenue in Ward 1 that had failed is continuing to fail. So I really ask that the town take a close look at it. It's a very fractured, all up and down. I also, I'm sure others have observed, I'd like to know what's involved in the sinkage in Cheverly Avenue and if that was something that has also been part of work done by WSSC, and if so, to address that as well. But I will say that the stretch of Bellevue, and I don't know if it was under the same contractor, that they came back and redid is fractured and failing. So, and that has not been sufficient time, to make that to be a reasonable condition. Thank you. Leila, Ward 1.
Anyone else?
Madam Mayor, could I ask that they repeat the street?
Bellevue.
There were two streets though, correct? Cheverly Avenue.
The 3400 block of Bellevue Avenue, 34 and 3300 block of Bellevue Avenue. And that also included parts of, I think, Lockwood. And then it would be the 3400 block. I believe that is also the case of Cheverly Avenue.
Yes. Thank you so much. Just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Is anybody aware if that's part of Task 201 or was that possibly a water main break location that may have happened recently outside of Task 201?
It shouldn't be 201.
Okay, if it's part of Task 201, that'll eventually be addressed as part of the study through Hillis Carnes, especially if it's a deteriorating location. We would probably bump that up to the next round of borings if necessary. Just so everybody's aware, we have some water main breaks in the area, and not only am I the compaction oversight guy, I'm also run the restoration program. So I've been working with Steve on other miscellaneous projects like the water main breaks that are kind of an emergency type work repair. And also we've had a few house connection replacements for homes with failing water and sewer house connections and or new ones if the homes are being upgraded or improved. So I'm in constant communication with Steve on anything outside of Task 201 to make sure all those other events go smoothly. Occasionally on water main breaks, because of the nature of the water seeping up through the ground, even if we put a permanent patch in, sometimes there is settlement outside of the area that we do the initial patch on. We are always happy to come back and correct those situations when we become aware of them. We do monitor the patches to look for those kinds of problems farther down the road. But a lot of times, because when a water main breaks, the water migrates either vertically or horizontally through the soil underneath the pavement, we really can't assess the full damage. We always try to capture a larger area than the water main break to make sure that that does not happen. But occasionally, if there's severe migration or undermining, we do have to go back and do that at a later date. But we do have a very scientific way about how we approach those situations. And I'd say 95% of the times we get it right the first time. But occasionally, if there's subsidence or movement of the soil that we can't see visually from the surface, we do have to come back and fix those. But if that ever happens, call us. We usually get out there and make it a priority to repair and repave it as quickly as we can.
Okay, Councilmember Gallagher.
Hello, I have a question for, I think this is for Mr. Bremen. I see that there are the 7 areas being tested. Is the block on Wayne Place between Parkway and Cheverly Park Drive, do we know if that's part of Task 201? Because we've gotten some complaints about street quality, and I just want to make sure that it's not, part of something hidden that's not, that we need to pay attention to.
Well, we need to pay attention to it, but that was in the area of Task Order 201, but they did not do any open trench cutting in that area. I've actually delayed repairing that section of roadway due to that. But during the tour, I tried what we had with the general manager. I tried to point out there's several utilities, not just WSSC, that have cut into that section, and I think that that's a result of all those utility patches piecemealing that road and deteriorating. We will be addressing that hopefully this spring, summer. I am hoping to. I wanted to make sure that the 201 didn't lead to digging in the street. And also too, we're hoping to do a lot of paving on the east side, but I'd like to get the 201 work out of the way so we're not having the trucks drive over our new pavement.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else at the table? Okay, we've already done a pass. Thank you all so much for being with us so late. Have a great evening.
They would like to go over if they could quickly their water projects that they're planning on the west side.
You don't have to.
Okay, Abida.
Okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Abiodun. I am the project manager in the pipeline design division water section. So tonight I'll be presenting on the Cheverly phase 1 and 2 water main replacement. Both phases are combined into one project with WSC planning to start part of phase 1, which is 57th Avenue and Belmont Street in the spring of 2025, and the rest of phase 1 in the summer 2025, and phase 2 in the summer 2027. So thanks for bearing with me as I present the overview. Town of Cheverly Water Main Project Overview. In addition to tax order 201, 2 water main replacement projects are occurring in the town of Cheverly, all as a part of our commitment to strategically replace and rehabilitate aging infrastructure with new zinc-coated ductile iron pipe, which has a higher durability and longer service life. In response to the frequent water main breaks at 57th Avenue and Belmont Street, we have designated a segment of phase 1 along 57th Avenue and Belmont Street as urgent. Cheverly phase 1 and phase 2 are also high priorities, and we are exploring options to expedite additional section of phase 1 and 2 where possible. Utilizing WSSC Water's Utility Service Department, USD, the team frequently used in emergency repair, we will accelerate the timeline for this project. This project is estimated to be substantially completed in spring 2025, weather permitting, with final paving and stripping estimated to completed in summer 2025, weather permitting. Can you please scroll up, Carlos? So here is the map of the project. Here is the map of the project, 57 Avenue, Belmont Street. So the blue line indicates where the water main replacement is going to take place in spring 2025. Scope of work, urgent, 57th Avenue and Belmont Street water main replacement. Community meeting in partnership with Town of Cheverly was held February 25, 2025. Due to multiple breaks at 57th Avenue and Belmont Street, WSC Water USD will be urgently replacing and relocating 0.1 miles of 8-inch to 10-inch diameter water main with new zinc-coated ductile iron pipe, which are expected to last up to 100 years. The current water main were installed 60 to 80 years ago and are nearing the end of their life cycle. WSSC Water will replace the portion of the water service connection between our water main and the property service line connection. Estimated project schedule, estimated construction, early spring to late spring 2025 weather permitting. Mill and overlay will be completed in summer 2025 weather permitting. Scope of work, Cheverly phase 1. WSSC Water will be replacing and rehabilitating 1.61 miles of 8-inch to 12-inch diameter water main with new zinc-coated ductile iron pipe, which are expected to last up to 100 years. The current water main were installed 60 to 80 years ago and are nearly the end of their life cycle. WSSC Water will replace the portion of the water service connection between our water main and the property service line connections. Carlos, can you scroll up, please? Estimated construction schedule, summer 2025 to winter 2026 weather permitting. Mill and overlay will be completed in spring 2027 weather permitting. Scope of work, Cheverly phase 2 water main replacement. WSSC Water will be replacing and rehabilitating 2.33 miles of 4-inch, 6-inch, 8-inch, 10-inch, and 12-inch water main with new zinc-coated ductile iron pipe, which is expected to last up to 100 years. The current water main were installed 50 to 90 years ago and are nearing the end of their life cycle. WSSC water will replace the portion of the water service line between our water main and the property service line connection. Estimated project schedule. Estimated construction schedule, summer 2025 to spring 2029 weather permitting. Main and overlay will be completed in summer 2029 weather permitting. Right now, I'm going to hand over to Nali to tell us about the WSC water commitment.
Okay, so we are committed to making Task Order 201 and water main replacements model projects by strictly enforcing the newly revised and enhanced compaction standards, implementing oversight measures, and ensuring compliance through rigorous inspections, training, and accountability. So, we would like to thank the town of Cheverly, the mayor, and the council for your time today.
Anyone have any questions or comments? Anyone have any questions or comments about the water main replacements? I will just ask that you please make sure you notify every home that's going to be impacted. You all do a really good job of that normally anyway, but just something to keep in mind. Anyone else at the table? All right. For your name, ward, comments in 3 minutes.
Julia Mosley, Ward 2. I know we're late, but thank you to Steve Brayman. We had a really good community meeting with WSSC last night. I'm in the affected area. I'm very happy to hear about the re-inspection and redo of some of the streets in town before we get dug up this next spring. So I know parts of town have suffered. But again, Mr. Brayman, thank you very much. And thanks to WSSC. It was a very informative meeting.
If I may, just on that, Nadir and company, there was concern about just outside of the phase 1A or the first phase by 57th Avenue, that there may be a main line connecting over to Craftsman Circle that may be affecting disturbed water that is not a part of this. And I think that came up in the meeting and we said we would research it. So look forward to being able to give the neighbors more feedback on that at a later date.
Okay. Yes, we're in the process of researching it now, and we will provide you with the responses, Steve. That way you can relay it to the neighbors.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
All right. Has council had the opportunity to take a look at the grant request from Mount Hope Commission?
Yes.
Any questions, comments that you want to hear from the Mount Hope Commission? Nope. I'd love to see that on a consent agenda item. Is that possible?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Great. Board of Elections.
Hi, my name is Anne Claire. I'm replacing Rob Internet for the Board of Elections.
Good evening.
Good evening. All right, so in order to stay within budget, we'll be using electronic voting machines on election day. We'll get printed ballots for mail-ins and will be provided the soft copies of ballots so we can produce more if we get more mail-in requests than ballots. We're working on our guidelines for registering 16 and 17-year-olds, voters who don't have an ID or proof of residence. We have an example of an affidavit from Hyattsville as a possible blueprint. We're aiming to have 2 to 3 voter registration events where we'll set up tables at an existing community event. One of our board members is reaching out to organizations with events to determine visibility. Next month, we'll start actively promoting mail-in voting with QR codes to the PDF forms or online forms for requesting a mail-in ballot. We have a drop box at the apartments in the lobby where there's a security camera. And election information will be provided to apartment management to disseminate to residents. We're updating our street by ward reference table based on the new ward boundaries. And we plan to increase the number of volunteers on election day this year to better assist voters inside the gym area. Our next meeting will be on March 4th, so next week, Tuesday at 7 p.m. on Zoom. I have one question for our town clerk, Ms. Richards. I'm not sure if she's still there. We're looking exactly in the amendment to the town code. The comment is about the voting age. We want to make sure we have the right language about the voting age in the code.
I will send it to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving us an update. Does anyone at the table have questions or comments? Councilmember Fry?
Two things. One, I know that we said we were talking about doing some sort of kind of informational session for our Youth 16. So just want to make sure that we are figuring out a date for that and what we need from Board of Elections for that. And then secondly, in regards to the voting box at Cheverly Station Apartments, they do not have cameras.
Inside of the office.
They say they don't have cameras. Okay. So we would have to be okay with that or place the camera. I mean, those aren't hard to do.
Yeah, we'll do it inside. That's the only thing I know. We're looking at in the lobby or so at least it's more secure than outside.
Councilman Watson?
Well, I have a separate issue, and then so I have two issues. One of them is this, but the first one is just a friendly recommendation that I'd like to ask the board to take a look at the financial feasibility of offering when you're sending an absentee ballot that you include a self-addressed stamped envelope back to town hall. Logistically, that wouldn't be hard. It is 74 cents for a first class stamp. So it's true. And so, but I mean, I think anecdotally, I will just say a lot of people don't send back their absentee ballot because they don't have the envelope and then they don't get the stamp and then it gets lost on the coffee table. So please think about that. Take it back to the board if you would. Yeah, this box is concerning to me because, I mean, I'm assuming it's for absentee ballot, but it's unmonitored. And unmonitored. I guess 2 points. One, it's unmonitored, and that's concerning. So I think there's a security issue. And number two, I really would prefer that there be some sort of opportunity or similar opportunity for the western part of Ward 1 and the old 4th Ward as well. Like I'm thinking about areas of town that are just as physically disconnected from the single polling place that we have. 3 of them come to mind. One of them, this box would try to address, but the other 2 are still not addressed. So I just put that out there as like, seems like we're addressing one of the 3 physically kind of separated areas and not addressing the other 2. And I'll stop there.
Okay.
I would argue that it's not just a physical separation, it has been a historical context too. We've gotten 15 votes from this area before. So that's why we want to make sure we tackle that specifically. Can I ask you to consider reaching out to Yvonne, who works with our youth? She may be.
Yeah, we already did. Or should have. Yeah.
They're working together.
Great. All right. Any other questions or comments at the table? All right. Around the room.
I'd like to, Julia Mosley, Ward 2. I'd like to suggest that the board not put a box at the apartments until they can do so with complete security and address some other areas of Cheverly that are equally as distant and remote. And Councilmember Watson mentioned the one on the other side of the Parkway in Ward 1, what we often refer to as Old Ward 4, but there are others. My ward, the far reaches of Ward 2 are almost as far. Let's see, Cheverly Station, Landover Road is, by driving distance, the furthest of any of these areas, but they are also the closest in a walking distance. Ward 4, for example, that's 8 minutes. I Googled it, 8 minutes driving. Old Ward 4 is 6 minutes driving. That's just 2 minutes different. Monroe Street in Ward 1 is 5 minutes. Part of Ward 2 is 5 to 6 minutes. I think the integrity of any election is paramount. And if there are not cameras and security to protect those votes that are put in those ballot boxes, as well as to ensure that the overall integrity of the election is maintained. So I just as a resident in one of the areas that's would take me longer to walk, shorter to drive by 2 minutes. I think I would rather see the board look at limited hours on the Saturday prior to the election that would help people who work and have to take time off on a Monday, and that maybe they could do that on a Saturday. So thank you.
I'll bring it back. Thank you for that. I will reiterate that disenfranchisement does not just specifically have to do with the distance to where you vote. It also has to do with the context of how you've been included in community, and that is uniquely different at Cheverly Station Apartments versus any place else in town. I live in the Old Fourth Ward, and we vote there. And it is 6 to 8 minutes a difference to get to town hall, but we also can drive or walk without being run over by a car. It's really hard to do that from Cheverly Station Apartments. So just keep that in mind. Councilmember Wayne.
All due respect, Mayor, I would disagree that the fact that my side of the town of Ward 1 is just the same comparison as the apartments as far as things being addressed on their side of town. So to put things in comparison, we would have literally cross over 295, get on 202 to cross over 295 in traffic, then come down Shirley Avenue. So it's the same comparison as the apartments as well.
You're saying things being addressed. I'm not talking about things being addressed. I'm talking about disenfranchisement for voting.
Hands down. I live there. I've been living there for 10 plus years. There was no full engagement of voting. And as me being a political savvy individual, my ward, as far as level of communication and engagement and disenfranchisement, is the same level.
I don't know if I'm being clear. 15 people voting and 400 people voting cannot compare.
I understand very
much. Just can't compare.
What you're talking about. I live there, so it's
but the number is 15 people have voted 1 year, and then
the percentage of individuals
over 1/6 of the town.
But if you look at the percentage of people voting on my side of town as well versus the percentage over there.
That's the point. If you look at the numbers, there's a reason why Cheverly Station Apartments was specifically selected for this, because it is drastically a large part of town where we've gotten 15 votes. So this is not about creating a sense of equity for every part of the town, because the rest of the part of the town has had equity. When you look at the percentage, we still have a very low rate for voting, period. When we think about having 6,300 people in town, we might get 1,000 votes. So voting is low, period. But when I look at, if I get 400 from a part of town that has 800 to 1,000 people versus I get 15 from a place that has almost 2,000 people, that's not the same comparison. It's just not the same.
You use the word disenfranchisement. That's the word to use. It's been, you look at the history of the far west side of Ward 1, it's the same exact impact, hands down. It's been a dumping site. We're just now addressing the dumping site using an outsource, someone coming to the town to address that over 15 plus years.
Whether or not you receive the attention from the town is completely different from whether or not your people vote. That is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about
we use the word being disenfranchised.
Specifically for voting.
Well, the engagement as a whole regarding the town. We can agree to disagree, but you make a statement regarding one side of a particular part of a ward is being more disenfranchised than the other.
Regarding voting, solely on.
Regarding voting is also compared with community engagement as well. That has to do with voting. If you're not being engaged, you don't know exactly what's going on in your town. Why would you vote in the first place if no one's addressing your services or issues regarding that?
Councilmember.
Well, I think we can all agree that we all have to do better on every part of our town, right? And I think that's why it was very important to finally have a council member on that side of Cheverly 295, or however you want to identify that. And I think you've done an excellent job in engaging the areas around there. My thing is, it is over 1/6 of the town. That in the past, when we're calling off voter numbers, they're being called off and laughed at, when we have done a very poor job of engaging, especially Cheverly Station Apartment residents. So this is something that we've addressed before, I think with the Board of Elections, trying to figure out how we can actually do a better job, making sure that the accessibility for residents to get to town hall, keeping in mind just the different challenges that different parts of our community face. And I know that they did explore looking at potentially doing like an early voting day or something along those lines, but I don't think it was financially something that we could do. But if that's something that they can go back and look at, I know that Cheverly Station Apartments management is open to making it work. So that is something that we just need to work with them more. So Anne Claire, if the next conversation we have with their management, if we could have someone from Board of Elections there, so that we can just, see what the options truly are and what's feasible. Because I think every single one of us wants to maintain the integrity of our elections, making sure that the votes are secure and that we're confident in the process.
Yeah. Mr. Keller.
If you all will allow me, the next work session, we potentially could address this. I'm in touch with both of my directors right now on trying to come up with a creative plan to potentially address this. So please give me to the next town hall meeting, and there could be potentially
We get an update at the town hall meeting, not the work session.
Yeah, at the next town hall meeting. Next town hall meeting, this could potentially be addressed, pending costs. If that's, yes.
Councilman Gallagher.
Thank you. I just want to put a little more context on something the mayor is saying, that when we talk about franchisement, the franchise literally talking about votes, and we do need to do a better job engaging all around. But I would just like to point out, I pulled out some historical data. I think there have been certain, I think in 2011, I think there was Ward 5 had no votes cast. Let's see. 2015, 2 votes cast. 2005, 3 votes cast total. These are for council elections. Now, to be fair, I think Ward 1 had, I think that 2005, it would be close to 100 for Ward 1, close to like 90 for Ward 2. My ward had 30. Ward 3 had 65. So just putting some context around it, this is not to say, this is only Ward 5 matters, only the apartments matter. That's not it at all. It's just the disparity is staggering. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. Anyone else at the table? All right, around the room. All right, thank you. Councilmember Delacour, I would like to ask, you want to read the fair summary of the homestead tax credit ordinance and not the entire ordinance?
Very fair. Yes, just a fair summary. Yes, indeed. An ordinance, okay, Town of Cheverly, ordinance number 2025-02, an ordinance whereby the mayor and council amends Chapter 30, income-based tax credit programs of the town code to revise the amount of the homeowner's tax credit under the tax credit program.
Fantastic, thank you so much. Therein lies the second reader for that ordinance 2025-02. Councilmember Bryant, are there any comments or questions? Councilmember Dowd.
I would just like to clarify that it's going up from $50 to $150.
Great. Any comments or questions at the table? In the room? All right, Councilmember Briner.
We need a quick,
Councilmember Watson.
we need a quick extension. No, let's get.
We're at 11:16. Let's see what we can do.
Okay. The policy committee met on Monday to review all of the feedback that was provided by our community organizations. And we made a few updates and changes, which I will go through. They are tracked in your packet. In the community organization policy, we added in the second to last paragraph that all parties should be treated with mutual respect in communications and actions. And then in the last paragraph, we added that mayor and council will occasionally revisit these policies to ensure they reflect the needs and expectations of the community. That is to underline that this is an iterative process and that we are dedicated to making sure that if things are not working with the policies, that we can go back and change them. In the grant guidelines, it was pointed out that some of the lists of advisory committees did not agree with each other. So we changed that top part to say that advisory committees as defined in that policy. So all references to advisory committees just refers back to the advisory committee policy rather than trying to redefine things every time. The newsletter policy, I believe, stays the same. The facilities usage policy in section 4(2)B, it was amended to add the Cheverly Boys and Girls Club to the list of town-supported programming. In the exclusions, added to worship services was also religious instruction. This is not in the packet, but I was reminded of it. In section 5, number 4, section V, number 4, I should say, under reservation hours, there was a request to add to the to that sentence that use of the kitchen during weekday business hours may be restricted because there was a point made that staff can find it very disruptive to have folks going in and out of the kitchen while they're trying to work because it's right there. Let's see. And then in the advisory committee rules and guidelines, there was some massaging of the language in the introduction to reflect some of the feedback that we received. The advisory committees do extremely important work in the town of Cheverly and serve as resources for the mayor and council. Groups identified as advisory committees, some of which are currently dormant, include, and then the list. And that's just to point to the fact that some of these groups are not actually doing work right now, but could be resurrected at some point. Failure to follow these policies in good faith will be communicated by staff to mayor and council. We added again in this section that all parties should be treated with mutual respect in communications and actions. As we said last time, we do not usually vote in work sessions, but we have been working on these policies for, I think, over a year now. And we did grant an extension to our organizations and committees to provide feedback. So it would be great if we could do a vote. It's their policies. They're not ordinances. They're not amendments. So they are just a one vote to adopt thing. And again, changeable as we go. So yeah.
Would you like to put forth a motion, Councilmember Brown?
After I put forth the motion, we'll focus around the room. Okay. So I move that we adopt these policies as they are written. Yeah.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I will second.
Thank you, Councilmember Gallagher. Discussion at the table. Councilmember Brown?
I did want to say thank you so much to Councilmember Gallagher and Councilmember Garces, Mr. Deloach, and Mr. Galloway for working really hard on these. These are some long meetings, but I think really productive.
Anyone else at the table? Around the room? Yes, it's been seconded by Councilmember Gallagher. And have the mic.
You want to sit it just sit down or you want to stand?
No problem at all, no. To the extent that anything that we, the Cheverly Green Infrastructure Committee, suggested in our extensive and researched comments, I want to thank the committee for putting, adding them in. I'm not sure that any of the committees and organizations for which these rules, guidelines, whichever they are intended, would agree with them all. But I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
All right. It's been motioned and seconded. Councilmember Frye?
I don't know if it would be helpful. I know it says all parties should be treated with mutual respect in communications and actions. I'd almost like it to be specific to include that all parties includes our staff, and not just between mayor and council and the organizations. I don't know if that's something that can be specified in there.
I thought that was implicit, but if it's the will of the council that we make it more explicit, we can do that.
All means all. Are you under the impression that it doesn't want it?
Just saying.
Motions or votes?
It would be, I think we assume, but I don't like to assume when it comes to policy, so.
We have this motion. Is there a motion to amend? Because I'm running out of time. Did you want to amend it?
They would have to amend it. Sorry. Yes, they would.
Did you want to offer an amendment? Like specific language? Do you want to spell out mayor, council, and staff?
Or maybe all parties, including staff, should be treated with mutual respect and communications.
That you are receptive to, council.
Yes, I'll amend my motion to be all parties, including staff, should be treated with mutual respect.
And I do second.
Right. Been motioned, seconded, amended, and then motioned and seconded again. Are we ready to vote on the amended policies?
Yeah.
Right. Any future further discussion or questions? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. The vote is moved forward with the policy.
What do we have?
I was going to explain to comment on the amendment thing for the vote happened.
Whoa. Let's had her hand up.
The vote has already been taken. I can't see you if you're on the periphery. So if you want to speak, please raise your hand.
See my face was raised.
It was after we in the room.
It's already going around the room, but they can speak on the amendment, but I did not see you. So we've already voted. We're moving to, I need a motion to extend the meeting. Or we can pack up, but I have to have a motion to act.
Motion to extend the meeting to 11:45.
All right, I have it until 11:45. Do we have a second?
I'm second.
All right. It's been motioned and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we got to finish this in 20 minutes, folks.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Director Raymond?
Good evening. I'm just going to, I've provided what I believe is a fairly detailed outline in the package. A few updates. I did have the county is considering this. I did have a conversation with one of the leaders yesterday. Some changes would be, I think them being the permittee on the large ramp, the first part of this would be contingent upon the fees that it would cost. I don't know what that is, but they're researching that. I think they want to use VMP, our regular contractor. They use them regularly as well, and we're riding on one of their contracts currently, but we have a contract with VMP, which would be good. They, I think, would provide some project management, but the large amount of this project, both cost and management, is going to be on the town. I put in a rough order of magnitude. I've asked them to help with refining that, but that's probably in the range that we're looking at, about 500,000 plus or minus. I did note that two funding sources, last year, this year's and next year's POS money does cover some of it, over half of it. And so with that, I think that's, I'm going to continue looking at that, trying to refine this. I think this is something that we can look at as we go through the budget process. I think also too, Mr. Galloway and I have talked about whether we could try to seek some grant funding for this. On the other side, if I can move on to the 62nd place sidewalk access, that I think they are more hopeful that they could determine that to be maintenance. They also would want to utilize our contractor VMP. I pitched to them possibly working under them because the county or DPI would respect their determining it was maintenance. I do indicate, because they were talking to me about the right of way is on both sides of the street. They understand we have more right of way and the challenge that we reached before. So I think where we'd be heading, I still need to meet with another person out there, would be to put it on the side of 6209. I'm sorry. On the 6202 Monroe Street, behind the fire hydrant and behind that pedestrian pole. So that would be a larger retaining wall, but that is the direction that I think I'm going to try to be working with them on. I think there's a possibility that the sidewalk access, could happen sooner than the ramp, depending upon funding, but I think we might be able to handle the sidewalk access within our current HUR funding, or if we can obtain a grant. I don't see the county funding a large portion of this, possibly at best just of any of these projects, just giving us some in-kind support. The county's budget is probably even tougher than ours right now. So,
Mr. Raymond, for this 62nd place sidewalk access, have you spoken with SHA yet? Because I know that because that is an offshoot of an SHA road, that there is some responsibility that they have. And I know that in the past they've expressed that they can't pay for it all, but perhaps do something together with the town.
I have not made that direct inquiry, but I will, ma'am.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brennan?
Yeah, I just want to make sure, and I think you implied this, that if the 62nd place sidewalk access were to happen before the Kilmer Park ramp, it would not be taking away money from the Kilmer Park ramp. These are two separate projects. Yes, you know.
I made it clear that I understood my marching directions were to still try to fulfill completing both of these projects.
Yes, great.
Councilmember Watson?
Okay, back on the Kilmer Park access. What are we calling this? Sidewalk? Walkway? Pathway?
ADA ramp access?
ADA ramp access. Okay. So it's 500,000, which is a big number. That's a concerningly large number. However, it seems like maybe you could get 300K in POS money.
250, yeah.
250? Okay. And then my second question, okay, if that's true, confirm that's true. So now we're talking about 250 from the town. Am I right? This is a Mr. Galloway question. I'm pretty sure I'm right. Isn't there 160 in the current CIP for this access ramp?
Pretty possible, yes.
Okay. So we would be, if you can spend that money this year, and we don't have to get into the budget right now, but if that money can be spent in this fiscal year on this, then we're really just fishing for another 90K down the road, maybe? I mean,
if I may.
Yes, sir.
I believe this year's funding might be the POS that I included in here.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, so the 160 is in the 250.
It's already included.
So we're still looking for 250 from the town. Okay. That makes me sadder. Or more sad, I'm not sure what the correct language is. Okay. I will think about this, but thank you.
This is something that we've been actively applying for grants for, just because this has been an ask since day one of me being here.
Yeah.
So now that we've got the actual path,
legally, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a little easier for us to get. I believe, well, now that we have a lot of funding issues, it would have been easier to get money, but now we're going to get creative on trying to find some additional grant money to fund this. But yeah.
Any further questions or comments at the table in the room? Please come forward. Thank you. Yes. Use the mic.
Hello, Joyce Jones, Ward 2. Just wanted to give a quick note for the future. I'm also involved with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, and I was speaking to my contact there today because she was informing me and other clean water captains that there is, among other things, zero in the program open space budget in the future. So whatever you have existing, great, but I wouldn't count on it. Just letting you know that. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. No surprise, I'm sure.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Mr. Raymond? Ms. Prom?
Good evening, everyone. Just wanted to come and give you one final Boyd Park flooring update. I think I may have misspoken when I wrote this up saying it was the December town meeting. It was a work session where we had discussed getting some samples for you all to see for the options. So I have those thanks to Playground Specialists, our wonderful vendor. So that option that I just handed Councilmember Watson is the Corkine. It is expensive. It is quoted, and these are updated quotes to reflect the new pricing for 2025. So far, the quote is at $146,777. This will require additional funding of $125,000 from the town. The grant has a $22,000 approximate dollar remainder in it at this time. So that's why we have three options. So we have one that's under, one that's over, but not as daunting, and one that's really, really far over, but it was something that we had discussed and wanted to be seen. So I did want to show the options that we researched. Yes, that's the Corkine. I think that side is up. I'm pretty sure, because if you hold it, it kind of crumbles on the bottom layer. So, but it is 100% recycled material, all made from natural wood fiber. So that is the advantage of it. And then, of course, there's the rubber, which we've got the quote at approximately 90,000. Which would require an additional approximate $70,000 for the town to come up with. And that option is one of the ones that we were quoted in the original quote. And then there's the wood carpet or wood chips as our last option, which is
something I think, I mean, I grew up with on the playground. It was either this or concrete. So that's 8,600, and that is under budget for us. We are hoping for these to be voted on in the next town meeting, which is why I'm showing it to you all today. Which one is that one? This one. This is the rubber.
Oh, that's this?
Yes. So this is just one of the samples that they sent me over because I asked for them a while ago. So they got them to me in a rush, which was really nice of Playground Specialists. They're amazing. So this is our rubber option. And yes, please. Is that
not actually? It's not wood.
It's not
look like wood.
Yeah, I think it's manufactured to look like wood, but I think the purpose of it is to create a more smooth surface and for there to be more accessibility. I think we could. I think Woodworth Park, for example, that one has that is rubber. So, and it's more smooth. If you've ever been to that one, that's actually a much more smooth style of rubber. So it's an option. This is just an example so that we can have physical items to sort of hold and see. It makes it easier to conceptualize something, I think, when there's a physical something to look at and check out.
Thank you. It's 11:36. Is there questions and comments at the table? Councilmember Dowling.
Okay. I just want to put out there, I've gotten some really serious concerns about the rubber because of the sourcing. The wood chips, I'm not keen on just because of the accessibility for folks with mobility issues and who need to roll on it. That, to me, that leaves the corkine. So it needs to be safe and it needs to be accessible. That's where I'm at.
I appreciate that, Councilman Delker. Any more comments or questions at the table? Around the room. Please step forward to the mic.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure Ajay has researched this top to bottom. But my recollection is that when LIDC, I think it was, did the plan for Town Park, they had identified an ADA accessible material for, take a look at that, for the trails. So could we take a look at that? Because they claimed that it was not soft and, that it had a surface similar to the cork, but it really was wood chips, basically, but compressed wood chips. That's my recollection. I think.
I'd be happy to share this in greater detail, but there is an engineered wood product that is considered accessible for wheelchairs that is highly recommended and has been used on National Forest Service trails and the like. The other thing is, please, if everyone would take this, not only examine it, but smell it. Mm-hmm. So when you're talking about what we're looking at, so just to keep that in mind, Leila Riazi, Ward 1.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Okay. Oh, sorry. Let me go. I got it. Thank you.
Joyce Jones, Ward 2, just wanted to concur with the comments that Leila just made about the little baggie of compost or whatever that is there that I don't well, they call it wood chips. I don't know, but it's interesting that I think it's interesting how the corkine is this large section, then the rubber's a little smaller, and there's like a little snack bag of compost, but there is There is, like Layla said, the EWF engineered wood fiber that is ADA compliant and safer for kids. So, and doesn't cost, I mean, you can have both. You can have safety, you can have ADA compliance, and you can have less cost. Thank you.
Anything further at the table? Councilmember Gallagher?
Yes, I thought we actually did look into engineered wood fiber. I thought that was one of the things that was researched.
Yes, that is quirky.
That's what this is.
Yes.
But
Well, I mean, no, we also are working within what our vendor offers.
That is true.
Okay. All right. So we have seen the examples. Thank you all for doing the research and the work. We need to come prepared to vote on this at the town session. So think about what you would like to vote for. Obviously, I will say this for the record. I think that when you consider what is best for the town, it's probably going to be the most expensive. Then be prepared when we talk about budgets, what we're cutting.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Prom. Thank you, Mr. Brayman. I've got 4 minutes, or I need an extension. Either we can extend or adjourn.
Motion to extend the meeting to midnight?
Why I look at you like that's the first time, Councilmember Bryan, but okay. Councilmember Bryan says till midnight. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Thank you, Councilmember Gallagher. Is there any discussion? All right. Are you discussing it?
No.
Oh, your hand was up. Okay.
No, I'm.
All those in favor?
Hands up. Aye.
Any opposed?
What you want me to do?
The ayes have it. All right. With that, Steve Morris.
I'd love it.
Morris?
No.
I was going to say good evening, but I'm not that ready to say good morning. Just very quickly, as it relates to the cameras, we're running 11 cameras, stop sign cameras throughout the town. I asked for 2 random locations today from Avio. Those locations randomly selected with 62nd and Kilmer showing an 82% violation rate. Newton and 57th is showing an 85% violation rate. So of the nearly 1,400 vehicles that went through 62nd and Kilmer since we went live with that camera, had 1,128 violations. And similarly at Newton and 57th, 1,584 vehicles through and 1,344 violations. So it's clearly indicating that there's it's supporting that this is not a perception problem, that it is a violation problem. So we'll provide additional data at a later time. We'll get more review for accuracy.
Do you have data for some of, because I know that there was one at 63rd and Kilmer for a little while. Do you have data for some of the other spots that they've been at? Because I know they've been moving around a lot.
I just requested the 2 random for today, but Avio is reviewing all of the locations so that we can make sure that what we're giving is accurate information.
Awesome. Thank you.
Councilmember Wade.
What was the percentage for the Newton 57?
85%. 85% violation rate.
Councilmember Frye.
How much more time are we spending on collecting the data?
I think, another week or so and we'll have firmer numbers and we'll be able to provide additional information at the regular town meeting.
Should we go ahead and just schedule our public hearing? So we can give the town and the community enough notice that we will be presenting information to them?
Potentially, I think, let us make a recommendation at the next town meeting. And the reason why I say potentially is because there are other vendors out there that we may want to move forward with our relationship wise who offer the same. So gotta make sure it's in the best interest and for the police department and operationally, we need to make sure it makes sense on that end as well.
Any further comments or questions at the table? In the room? All right. Thank you, Chief Morris. All right, we have 5600 Newton Street variance. Mr. Galloway.
Mayor and Council, I'm asking if we can move this variance to the March work session.
I think that is wholly unfair to the person on the bill here. We specifically asked for an extension so that they could, if we were going to approve it, that they could build in a timely fashion.
I think that there was communication made on behalf of staff, and the expectation was for that person to come here this evening. However,
Right, so.
Yeah, go ahead if you can.
Yeah, so the builder reached out to me, said that she's out of the country currently right now. I said, do you going to have anyone to represent you? Her mother was going to represent. She called me on Monday or emailed me and said that she's would like to push it back because there's nobody to represent.
Well, she's fine with it. That's fine.
Can we just push back to the town meeting?
Will she be back for the town meeting?
I can inquire about that. I did tell the residents that are involved that it would be the upcoming following work session.
Okay.
So that's the community's expectation as well. So to the work session.
Councilman Brennan.
I just wanted to make a request that the next time we revisit it, if there could be a recommendation from the town administrator or code compliance or someone, that would be helpful.
All right. Looks like we're looking at our work session. Councilman Watson.
I was just going to ask a question that if you can have code research, and that is, does builder need a town permit to build a driveway apron as well as the variance for the 1 foot? I don't know. Just
It's in the website.
I think I think they would also separately need a driveway apron. So, I mean, anyway, useful to think about both at the same time so that we're not going back twice.
All right, Mr. Godwin.
Mayor Council, of course, I'm not going to be before you long. I'm going to get through my town administrative report. Just to give a few updates. Number one, on Hospital Hill. After negotiations with the town of Bladensburg, I'm pleased to announce that we have reached an agreement with ensuring that Bladensburg will not annex the hospital property. In fact, Bladensburg will amend its annexation to exclude the former hospital site and Route 295 while incorporating portions of Kenilworth Avenue closer to its corporal town limits. To finalize this agreement, we are awaiting the completion of their meets and bounds for their charter amendment resolution. I want to extend thanks and appreciation, of course, to Attorney Todd Pounds, Attorney Jason DeLoach, and Senator Augustine Delegate Ivy for their work in making this possible. Spent a lot of time going in and negotiations, going back and forth, but I'm happy to say that we're in a great place strategically with this. As it relates to Home Team 5 and Urban Atlantic, I'm pleased to highlight the ongoing collaboration and partnership with the developers. Home Team 5 and Urban Atlantic have officially expressed in writing its commitment to have an exclusive partnership with the town of Cheverly. Additionally, they have acknowledged their support for annexation by the town in their correspondence. Next matter I have is the Hoya building update. I know that there's been a lot of questions about the Hoya building. They have significant infrastructure issues that includes a water main break that have led to the displacement of the staff and the daycare facility that was there. I think the only person they have there is a maintenance employee that works on that facility. I've even heard rumors that the school board is considering selling that building back to the county. As soon as I get more information about this, I will inform the mayor and council and the community on this matter. Public hearing reminder. Public hearing on Crestview launch is scheduled for March 13th at 6:30, followed by the swearing in of our new chief, Chief David Morris, at 7:30, and then our 8 p.m. town meeting will begin. So just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. If we would have had time, I would have went over the budget calendar, but the budget calendar is online. And I will say that just a few things. February 24th was the date that Mayor and Council was worked to submit their priorities to me. So thank you to the ones that did. If you didn't, you get to no love in this budget. No, I'm just kidding. In the next few weeks, so we'll be sending you all the constant assessment documents. Our first budget meeting will be on Thursday, March 20th, and that will be the administrative budget and revenue budget. There is one change that I have that on the fiscal year 26 budget calendar that I do want to bring to you all's attention. On Thursday, April the 3rd, the police department will present their budget instead of the public works department. Public works department will present their budget on April the 17th. Due to a scheduling issue. That's where we are with that. Are there any questions right now? Yes.
Just regarding Hospital Hill, as you know, some, especially the Lockwood residents, regarding dust and other environmental issues. So I know I did speak with Chuck as well as the mayor and a couple other folks about mitigation regarding that. So just looking to make sure to possibly have some more communications, making sure that that environmental stuff doesn't flow into the town as well.
Yeah.
You can speak more to that as well.
I sure can. So, thanks to the residents that live on Lockwood that brought that to our attention so that we can address it right away. If there are any issues that you have or that any of your residents have, please notify the town right away so that we can address them. We have a real good relationship with the developer. We have a real good relationship with the actual construction company so that we can go there on site and mitigate the problem. We have to breathe the same air or, people that live closer there. I don't want you all breathing the air that could be mitigated by spraying water on a construction site. So if you see something, say something so that I can reach out to the developer or the builder and we can mitigate the issue. Okay. So as far as Columbia Park Road, I've reached out to the district engineer for State Highway Administration, and he indicated to me that they were having a meeting with county officials to discuss the traffic lights. I've also reached out to them regarding permits for red light camera installations. We're having some barriers that we're facing right now regarding the red light installation, but I hope to be over those barriers next week, and hopefully we will have a permit soon to move forward with the red light installation. Any questions there?
Yes. When did SHA and county say that they were going to meet, or did they?
I think they met last week. They have another meeting next week. They haven't provided me an update yet.
Okay. And did they say what they're discussing? I mean, yeah, coordinating, but I guess I just wanted to register. They've been meeting for a long time. I remember like a couple of years ago, they said that they were going to meet to coordinate and it was going to take place at a certain time. And then there was going to be a 30-day trial period and none of that materialized. I just want to say, is this really going to happen?
I'm equally as frustrated as you are, Councilmember Gallagher, as it relates to this, but I do know that there's been some change in position titles through there and that department with some folks that we've worked with. So I'm expecting for there to be a turnaround. I've also involved our state legislators so that they can assist in applying pressure if necessary, because you are absolutely right. It's unacceptable that the coordination for the traffic lights or whatever our request has been has taken this long. So, yeah.
Grateful. Thank you.
Duly noted. Thank you. There's a Cheverly exit sign down that's on the Baltimore Washington Parkway. Just to let you all know that we have been in contact with NPS on multiple occasions. And we finally received a response that they're going to let us know their plan to mitigate that matter by March the 3rd. So just letting you all know that. Diane Mock will be at the next town meeting to provide an update on fiscal year numbers as of January 30th. So she will be at the March town meeting to report out on that. Any questions for me right now? We have 5 minutes.
All right, that's the table around the room.
Yeah, you can just comes down.
Where I ask this, is the issue of for us to try to annex Hospital Hill still in play?
Well, it's always the goal of the town of Cheverly to annex that property. However, that's a discussion that would have to take place in a different, an executive session, if you will.
It was something that was directed, Mr. Pounds was directed to do that in the initial communication that was put on the website by the town of Cheverly.
Or the letter.
Leila Riazi, Ward 1. This is in reference to the 5700, the Newton Street. Please, if the information from the water woes following the September 10th, 2020 flood needs to be formally submitted as part of consideration for this property, because that documentation notes that there was an 8-foot geyser that came out of the manholes, and that the specific property in question they're looking to build upon flooded through that grate neighboring properties to a 6-foot level. That property should never have been sold to build a house. And that property presented an opportunity once again for the town to think of, in a forward-thinking matter, of making an offer on that property to preserve it for both stormwater management, for the fact that Quincy Run runs under it, for a pocket park, for various things. And this is not this will damage and continue to damage neighboring properties, and will be something that will come back to, quite honestly, haunt the town for the decisions made. Thank you.
Duly noted. That concludes my report.
All right, I'm at 11:58. I don't know that we have time to get Chief's report. Is there a motion to extend this meeting?
He doesn't have anything to provide an update on. I will say that there's a memo in there from the chief that I'm going to be passing out with my report to you all. If you all have any questions about it, it's regarding the proposed public safety camera installations. If you have any questions about this, please ask me and the chief, and we'll be able to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, bypassing 18 and 19, is there a motion to adjourn? Councilmember Dowd.
Motion to adjourn. I'll second that.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Have a good night.
Good night.